Welcome back, Patriots, for a special episode and live stream of The Bald Brad Show, where we are tuning in to CPAC, where you have J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, and a bunch of named figures giving speeches throughout the last couple days. And I'm going to be kind of hopping around to different speeches to kind of see, hey, what are these people saying? What's the agenda here? Where are we going with the country? We're going to be jumping into all of that today, folks. It's good to see all of you in the live chat. We're going to be here for a while. There's not news articles here. That is for tomorrow's podcast. You got to wait for that one because boy, oh boy, and a lot of you are jumping ahead in the chat. I see you. There's a lot of news to uncover for our Monday podcast, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But if you're more than welcome to hang out with me for this next hour or two, maybe three, hell, we're going to go as long as we can here. We're going to jump into this. Now, this says 9 hours and 37 minutes. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's insane. But I definitely want to see J.D. Vance. I definitely want to see Donald Trump, Tom Homan, and a bunch of other speeches. So we're going to be kind of skipping around here and seeing what people have to say. So buckle up, hang tight, and hopefully we don't get taken down off of YouTube. Let's see how this one goes, because we just got one of our strikes removed, a 90-day strike. And boy, oh boy, was that a slap in the gonads for us. Let's give a few shout outs in the chat here. You got Jeremy, we got Bets in the house, Kimmy01. Who else we got over here? YouTube is blowing up. We got Angel, Steve, Sharon, Sea Dog, Angel, Donnie, Dan, Mike, Patrick. I'm trying to scroll down. George is in the house. And thank you for the shout out on the beard. I appreciate that, you guys. Thank you. Yeah, we're growing it out. We're growing it out just a little bit. You guys gave me so much grief for shaving it off that last time that I had to overcompensate. Anywho, let's see what we have here. This is the one I want to get to right at the beginning, is J.D. Vance. And here we go. Let's get past this guy. All right, let's buckle up. Let's see what J.D. has to say here, Patriots.
With his beautiful wife that is actually just a shining star right now in American politics. Marine veteran, former Ohio senator, one of the coolest guys I think we have around, and one of the best communicators in this Trump administration. Can you please let us applaud together, let us welcome the greatest Vice President of America, J.D. Vance.
Woo! I'm fangirling out! Good music.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Hey, how are you? Dude, thanks for doing this. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's see what JD has to say here.
Thank you all. Thank you. It's great to be with you. It's good to see you.
It is great to see you too. I mean, you've been like on a whirlwind here.
Yeah.
Are you a little jet lagged or no?
You know, yes, I am a little jet lagged. So we did a trip where we went to France and then to Germany, and then we went to San Diego for a family wedding, and then back in DC, and we did all that in like 7 days. So a little jet lagged, but that's okay. Well, I'm in a good place right now, Mercedes. Well, I got some sleep last night.
Okay, good. Then we're ready. We're ready. But it's a real special day today. You know what today is, guys? It's February 20th. That means our first 30 days, the happy one-month anniversary of the Trump-Vance administration.
That's true. It is the first time we haven't had a dud for a vice president in quite some time. Actually, I can't even remember the last vice president we had that was actually good. I just want to give kind of a quick take here. You might be wondering, Brad, why are you watching CPAC? Because I'm a conservative, you guys. I know I say that quite a bit here, but I want to make sure everybody kind of understands is, yes, I am a registered Republican only because that is one of the two parties that is closest to the value system that I hold. So this is kind of like my big thing here is the CPAC, and it's an opportunity to bring in, there's activists here that promote conservative values and traditions, but they also bring in a lot of people that are not conservative. And case in point, like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a conservative. Matter of fact, he's not even really a Republican. but his policies have been swayed towards the right. So that's why we need to check this out and see what's going on with the conservative agenda and what people are having to say.
How exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's hard to believe we've only been in office for a month, because I think we've done more in a month than Biden did in about 4 years.
It's
and
true.
Thank God for that.
It's true.
But, you know, the president keeps us on a pretty breakneck pace. He always asks, what have we done today? What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do next week? Because I think he realizes this is a special moment in time.
Yep.
And by the way, thank you. Thanks to all of you for making it possible for us to do all the great work we've been doing in the administration. I know we wouldn't have been here without you, but I think the president is acutely aware that the American people gave us a window to save the country, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and thank God for that, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun the past month.
We only got 4 years to do it.
I don't even think we can keep track of all the things you all are doing. In fact, I don't even think the press can keep track of all they're doing. I mean, they talk about the shock and awe strategy. Seriously. So when you're looking at this list after list after list, what stands out to you?
Well, speaking of the press, I do think that we've had maybe more executive orders than CNN has viewers. So, hello to our friends at CNN. I think...
Time out. Oh, JD. Oh, whoa. That was like, you hadn't even done a few punches yet. You just came out with the uppercut right away. Holy Lordy, my dude.
I actually think that their plan was they were going to go all in on anti-Trump and hope that he could save CNN in the same way that he did, frankly, in 2017.
He couldn't.
Nobody really watched the network until he became president in 2017. That's maybe the one thing I think the president has been unable to do, unable to save the CNN's ratings over the last few months. But look, I think that what the president has tried to do is recognize that we have a historical mandate on a few issues. We have to secure the southern border, and thanks to his actions, border crossings are down well over 90%, and we're just getting started.
There's Border Patrol agents that are saying that they've worked down at the border for, I think it was like at least 25 years. I think some of them were in the 30-year range. And they said, as far as their tenure goes, they've never seen these types of numbers since they've been working at the border. You're talking since I've been alive, they've never seen these types of numbers. So Donald Trump, it turns out when we implement the things that we've all been saying that we wanted implemented at the southern border, it turns out that they work. It turns out that what we've been saying for the last 4 years on the Bald Brad Show is actually producing results through Donald Trump. It's amazing. Turns out when you send the military down there with weapons and a bunch of razor wire, you start building the border wall and you start showing the images of people being deported in shackles and chains. Well, that changes the tune a little bit, doesn't it?
Recognizes that we have to really unlock the engine of American growth. We've got to get back to having a growing economy that creates good jobs and high wages for the American people. And a lot of that goes back to drill, baby, drill. We've done more on energy under President Trump's leadership than I think any administration in history, and that's not an exaggeration. And of course, we're going to do more. And then I think the third thing that he's tried to do, of course, with the help of Elon and all the great folks at Doge, is ask, what are we doing with all of the American taxpayers' money?
Exactly right.
And why are we wasting so much of it on garbage that the American people either aren't aware that we're spending it on or don't want to be spending it on in the first place? Like, for example,
this is important because remember, the Republican Party has actually shifted away from more of a fiscal conservative idea, where the Republican Party used to be more conservative or fiscal conservative in terms of their ideology. And that more or less came into a holistic view of what the ideology was of the Republican Party, because when you had lower government, you didn't really need to have a bloated government because it's a smaller, lower government. Well, conservatives that are fiscal want a budget that doesn't have a massive deficit on its hands. And this is now coming back to a shift of where we used to be. So it's funny how the Democrats, the progressive left always say, well, the Republicans and the conservatives, they're going further right than they ever have been. No, we aren't. If anything, we're actually coming back more centrist, more conservative, more towards the middle as the Republican Party, which is why you're seeing a lot of Democrats starting to flow in and seeing the Republican Party is more of a recognizable party even to their values, because the progressive left has taken hold of the Democrat Party and shifted it so far left that it's not even recognizable as a party at all. And I've said this, and I will continue to say this. I really don't know why they just don't change the name of the Democrat Party, because it's not Democratic anymore. And that comes from even back with Andrew Jackson was really former President Andrew Jackson was the one that really kind of puppeted up the idea and the name of the Democratic Party. And even if you look way back then, the party nowadays doesn't hold to a lot of the traditions and values that it holds or used to hold. I mean, hell, going back to Clinton in our lifetimes, it's bonkers seeing that party kind of just degrade.
The stuff that we've figured out, Mercedes, is unbelievable. Why are we spending money on progressive modern art projects centered around toilets in Afghanistan? That's actually something that your tax dollars were funding until very recently.
It's
and I think
crazy.
all of us are sitting around and asking, what the hell have we been doing with the American people's money for the last 4 years? Let's turn off the spigot and spend the American people's tax money on the American people's priority. And that's, of course, been a big focus.
I lowered the resolution, so that's not me. That's CPAC stream there that's kind of glitching out a little bit. I apologize if that bothers you, but there's nothing I can do about it. My internet is through the roof right now.
Focus of the administration, too.
Let's dig deeper into the immigration issue.
Sure.
We've seen, and you've met many of the victims, people who have family members who have died,
Yes.
been
Awful.
tragically murdered. Those angel families in the hands of these criminal illegal aliens.
Sure.
What's your message to these families? What is your message to these horrific drug cartels and human traffickers who have preyed on the most vulnerable in the world?
Well, our message to the drug traffickers is get the hell out of our country. Your free ride is over because President Trump is back in the Oval Office.
There you go. There you go.
You're not welcome. You were never welcome, according to the American people. But unfortunately, you had President Joe Biden who allowed you to run free over the United States of America. And Donald Trump has said, you're terrorist organizations. We're going to go after you. We're going to wage war on you. And certainly, we want you out of the United States of America. And that's an important message, of course. But
All right, I'm going to switch over to a different stream because this is really bugging the hell out of me. I'm sure it is. You guys seen it glitch.
And that's what he'll keep on doing. We have got to empower him to do it, not just for a month, but for the next 4 years. And we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30, 40 million illegal aliens, you take Medicare fraud, Social Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's happening in the United States of America today. We've got to stop it. If you get control of the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
And by the way, we still don't know, and I want the names of these people. I want to know who is taking those dead people's checks, the 21 million in terms of Social Security that Elon Musk highlighted. I want full back pay on that. I want back pay or you go to prison. Because if you're cashing checks from somebody that's been dead, somebody, right, the money's going somewhere. And it's all traceable. So this isn't enough of transparency, in my opinion. And I told you I'm going to hold the Trump administration's feet to the fire. I voted for the guy 3 times. But I would like actually more transparency from Elon Musk going, well, these just aren't the ages, and maybe he doesn't have the information himself. I don't just want ages. No. I want to know who the F these people are and where the money's going. That's where, I mean, the check is not only just dated, there's an address that thing is being sent to. So I want some prosecution. I want Pam Bondi, screw the JFK stuff for a second. Just release it. You don't need to redo this revisionist, right? She's reviewing all this stuff's on her desk. I don't need this crap reviewed. Get it out there, God, for all sake. I'm folks, this is ridiculous because some of this money very well could be going in the hands of illegals. It very well could be being funneled to our foreign adversaries. Who knows? We don't know where this money's going. A freaking huge thing going on right now. And I feel like the media isn't really covering this to the extent that they should be.
Shifting to your incredible speech at the Munich conference. Did you all watch that? I don't know. I think they
I'm
really
glad you guys liked it. Not everybody liked it. You guys liked it.
Okay.
Not everybody liked it.
So,
I loved it.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Big standing ovation.
Okay. Okay.
I'll take a standing ovation for a speech I already gave.
That's
like
awesome.
two for the price of one.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's your speech. Just say it again. All right.
God, can you imagine just being in the presence of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump? I mean, they're just showmen, aren't they? They're just so good at making you feel welcome, even though they don't even know who the hell you are. You get what I'm saying? Like the hospitality and the jokes and the charisma and just like the tongue in cheek that they have is just something that you just fall in love with and that you just kind of want to hang out with them, be a fly on the wall.
But it was fascinating because there was obviously some of these European leaders that, they were a little uptight about it. It stressed them out just
Of course
a little
they
bit.
are.
A little bit.
But you talked about the greatest threats in Europe.
Yeah. So, look, the greatest threat in Europe, and I'd say it was the greatest threat in the United States until about 30 days ago, is that you've had the leaders of the West decide that they should send millions and millions of unvetted foreign migrants into their countries. That is the biggest threat to Europe. And frankly, it remains, by the way, the biggest threat to the United States because, yes, we've got 4 years of President Trump's leadership, but I guarantee you, if the Democrats ever get power again, they're going to try to do it again. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to raise issues about it.
Right.
Yep.
You have to allow free speech to debate this stuff. You have to stop doing things to the populations of the world. You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country. And I guarantee you, if we don't allow free speech, and of course, the Biden administration, I made this point, Mercedes, the Biden administration did more to destroy free speech, not just in the United States, but also in Europe, than any administration in American history. I'm not even blaming the Europeans. I'm actually saying you follow the lead of Joe Biden into censorship and mass migration. Follow the lead of Donald J. Trump, and that's free speech, borders, and sovereignty. That is the future for our shared civilization.
And it really starts with culture. I know this is something that's been puppeted a lot, especially by the Daily Wire. But it really is true that politics is downstream of culture. When you have people come in that don't share in the value, the creed, the system that was adopted by the people, the citizens of that country that's having people immigrated into, well, then you're slowly going to dilute whatever culture that was established and created. Case in point, in the United States, right? We have our Bill of Rights, we have the Constitution, we have the Declaration of Independence. We have all these creeds, these values that we've held dear as a nation. But over time, when you start just bringing anybody and everybody into a country, you start diluting that culture. When you start diluting that culture, well, somebody might have a say in whatever culture then thus being adopted, which could be something bad like socialism or communism or Marxists roaming free and everywhere, like we're seeing present time from the left. And that could ultimately damage and try to change the culture, because when you have money and money talks, especially when you steal it from the taxpayers that we're finding out, you can change the culture. And the left had a playbook for this, folks. They've been doing it for years. It started with the education system. Once they took hold of the education system and started indoctrinating your children, now they have a massive generation that's been puppeted up now. That massive generation's ideology was paid for by the taxpayers through like USAID that we saw, and funneling our money through Social Security and other places. Now that's also puppeted and promulgated even further by bringing in people that don't share your value system at all. Do you guys see the massive attack that's been done on your values through not just immigration, but through the progressive left, through the indoctrination of the education systems that's rose up people like millennials and others, and it's completely just shattered our culture. You saw it through the entertainment industry that's been promulgated again by the millennials and other people that were indoctrinated through education, were indoctrinated through these leftist activist teachers. And now you're seeing the problem that's in our hands. This is a big problem. This is not something that changes in 4 years, by the way. This is not something that you're hoping that you have a shift, but that shift starts today. If it starts today, you're not really going to see the benefits of it till 18 years, 20 years later.
And I will tell you something that is really, truly remarkable that's happening at CPAC is, and we had our second CPAC International Summit yesterday, and we have many of these conservative European leaders with us today, where we stand in solidarity because they have an opportunity to basically make Europe great again, make Asia great again, make Latin America great again. And so in essence, I think your message was very well received by many of those conservative leaders across the globe. But what does this mean with the U.S. now that, in giving that speech? What does this mean with the U.S.'s relationship
I agree,
with
Greg.
Europe?
Well, look,
I agree.
Obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength of those alliances is going to depend on whether we take our societies in the right direction. Think about this. Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer.
There you go.
Are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today.
Yep.
Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not, right? So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that they're our friends, I believe that, I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. So let's have shared values. Let's defend democracy. Let's have free expression, not just in the United States, but all over the Western world. That is the path to strong alliances in Europe.
It's kind of crazy, right, that the Germans are starting to chisel away at free speech again. I mean, like, what was it, like 1933, 1934? Like, we're only like 90 years outside of like Hitler and doing the crazy shenanigans that they pulled. And here they are again. 90 years. That's people's lifetimes. Like, there's still people that fought in World War II against the Nazis, and they're watching the fall of Germany again. That's freaking bonkers.
Had Ambassador Rick Riddell with us yesterday. He'll be on the CPAC stage during these conferences. He has like 3 jobs, or 4 or 5.
Yes, he
but
does.
Let me ask you this: where are we on basically the status of the Russia-Ukraine moving forward in terms of these negotiations in bringing peace to this endless war?
It's early, and I think what President Trump, what makes him such an effective negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation, he says everything is on the table. And of course, that makes the heads explode in the American media because they say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved in the fighting if you actually want to bring the conflict to a close. And I know the president does. But
Joey would not talk to Vladimir Putin. I almost fell over my chair when we covered that live, that the guy hadn't talked to him in like 2 years. But yet he's standing on the podium with Karine Jean-Pierre as his mouthpiece, the other idiot, and saying that they're trying to resolve this and that they're going to try to create peace. But how are you going to do that if you're not even talking to the guy?
I'll tell you the goals that animate President Trump's policy. It's really simple. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe. He doesn't just want to stop it now and have the war restart a month from now. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe because the president believes this, and he's absolutely right. Peace is in the interest of Russia. It's in the interest of Ukraine. It's in the interest of Europe. But most importantly, peace is in the interest of the American people, and he's going to fight for it for the remainder of his administration. Wherever war breaks out, he's going to be the president of peace. Now, he, of course, is a very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're on the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Matt and I mentioned this right when we started the conference. We're honored by the presence of 2 hostages that were freed after the Hamas atrocity, the tragedy that we've seen happen. And we have several of the family members as well who still, their loved ones are still being detained by Hamas.
It's terrible. Just terrible.
What is your message to these hostage families, these survivors?
Our message is that President Trump loves you. He hasn't forgotten your loved ones, and he's going to fight every single day to bring them home. That is exactly what he's been doing, and that's what he'll keep on doing. I was actually talking with one of my best friends about this a couple of days ago.
Can I be your
Please.
best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
But I was talking with him, and he was asking me. He was like, well, I don't understand. Why was Biden unable to do this? And then, like, the minute that Donald Trump won, we started to make progress in bringing the hostages home. And I said, man, it's just a question of leadership.
Yep.
You actually need a president who is willing to pick up the phone and say, you got to bring these people home. No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused on bringing hostages home. And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always do, you need a president who picks up the phone and says, cut this crap out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is. And I saw it behind the scenes. And what the president did is he empowered, in particular, because this was before we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, or any of the great people around us.
God, can we give it up to Marco, guys? I remember that he got a lot of flack, and quite frankly, so did Ted Cruz. There's a lot of people that went up against Donald Trump in 2016, right? Because Trump was just a bulldozer in 2016. Hell, he still is. But man, Marco is killing it. He's doing he's doing better than I thought he would. I was kind of up in the air. I was like, okay, well, Marco's there. He's senator. Like, he's been around for a while. He's done some great things. But I was like, I don't know how he's going to do as, the Secretary of State. That's a big role. Traditionally, a lot of people have become president from the position of Secretary of State. You're working with a lot of foreign adversaries. You're working with your allies. You're working with people across seas, like all that stuff. I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job. I got to give it up to the guy. And we'll hold his feet to the fire, too. And I don't want to, speak too soon. It's only been a month. But, I mean, the crap that we've gotten done in a month, man, is like, honestly, guys, I really can't keep track. It's an insane list. So shout out to Marco.
The president sent his dear friend, and he's become my dear friend, Steve Witkoff.
That's right.
As an emissary of the President of the United States. And he said, Steve, you speak for me, get it done. And if there are problems, pick up the phone and call me. Steve Witkoff, with the president's leadership, got it done, and it's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to
doing a great job.
The process.
Steve's killing it.
I really believe the president is as committed to this as any American leader in my lifetime. We're going to keep on fighting for it.
Such a power team, man, for
foreign teams. One of the issues that's central to the CPAC community is the issue of pro-life.
Of course.
And what is the administration going to do to defend the unborn, to provide support for those mothers, those fathers that choose life?
Sure. Well, one of the things, of course, the president got done during the first term, and I think that it's why he is accurately called the most pro-life president in American history, is he finally made it possible for the will of the people to speak on the life issue. And that was the Dobbs decision. What that did is it gave the abortion question back to the people. It took it out of the hands of unelected bureaucrats and unelected judges and gave it back to the people. And I think the most important thing that we can do, and as you know, Mercedes, I'm very pro-life, I'm a devout Christian, is that we have got to persuade our fellow Americans, because now we've got the power. We've got the power of persuasion. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens that unborn life is worthy of protecting. It is sacred in the eyes of God, and it should be sacred in the eyes of man too. And we have to pick up the torch and fight for that every single day. And I know you guys are up for the task. I am too. And I think on the administration side, what the president has said, and it's been consistent, it's going to be consistent in the rhetoric and in the policy, is we believe in the Trump administration that babies are good, that families are good, and we want to make it easier for young moms and young dads to choose life, to start families, and to bring new life into the world. That's the whole point of our policy. Now, some of that, of course, is supporting our great crisis pregnancy centers at the moment of these important healthcare decisions, encouraging young women to choose life at that important moment of choice. Some of that is bringing costs down so that, young moms and dads don't look to the future and a new baby and say, how can I afford this? And if they're able to actually afford to raise a family, maybe they'll start thinking of babies as the blessings that we all know that they are.
Yeah.
And I think... But I think fundamentally this is going to take a lot of leadership from the president on down, but from every single person in this room. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens to stop thinking about babies as inconveniences to be discarded. We've got to start thinking of them as blessings to cherish. And that's exactly what I promise to do.
Such a subtle statement that he made. But if you heard that word inconveniences, when I was writing my book and doing the research for the last chapter, so my book is called Trojan Horse, How the Left is Destroying America, and it actually did not have an abortion chapter in it. It was when I was going through Regnery's sister company publishing called Liberty Hill. It's all like a sister company of Salem Media, and Salem Media is a conservative but also a Christian media group. And they asked me, they said, would you be interested in writing one more chapter, which is kind of a blow after you got done writing an entire book, by the way. You're kind of tired. You need a break. You've written for a while. And they said, would you be interested in writing a chapter about abortion? I think it'd be really something that's important. It goes into the style of the book, all those things. And so I said, well, yeah, but give me some time because I gotta research this. And so one of the things that I found through my research was the vast majority, not even close, almost all abortions are because of the word inconvenience. And that's through multiple studies over and over and over again. It was something I found. And it wasn't me just trying to prove that abortion was bad. There was quite some things that I've learned about the Catholic Church and just Christianity and different groups and segments and history going back all the way to Egypt about how abortions were common practice and the reasons why they did them. I mean, it is a great chapter to read in the book if you haven't read it already. But I just wanted to highlight the word inconvenience there because it's something a lot of people leave out. And that's the vast majority, is because they find having a child is an inconvenient. It wasn't planned. It was an oopsie. It was a mistake in their minds. And they'd rather just kill the baby rather than raise it. So it's something that is actually a very deep statement that I wish that he would have spent a little bit more time on, but I understand maybe why he didn't.
So now we're going to get personal.
Hit that like button, folks, if you can.
Fun.
Sorry, I forgot to mention. Can you guys hit that like button for us? It does support the show, both on Rumble and YouTube. Greatly appreciate everybody that's always supporting. I'm reading, if I'm looking over here, you guys, I'm reading the chat just to give you a heads up. So I do see everybody's message, literally to a T, everybody's message, just heads up.
Your faith.
Yep.
Why is it so important to you? What does it mean to you? Tell
That's
us
your bedrock, man. That's
why,
everything.
when you go every single day to work, how faith is a part of who you are.
Well, I mean, first is I believe, like, the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, it's not just a set of good moral principles, though it is that. I think the fundamental tenet of our faith is that the Son of God became man, he died, and then he raised himself from the dead. That is the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and I think so much flows from that. And I think one lesson that flows from that is that we shouldn't fear death. Of course, death is a very bad thing, but there are much more terrible things than just losing one's life, and importantly, you could lose one's soul. And I think whether it's fighting for the unborn or fighting for peace and security for our citizens, I want us to be the kind of society where my kids can grow up to be virtuous young people, can be good young Christians, of course, because that's what I'm trying to raise them to be. And that's what our public policy is trying to do, creating the space where moms and dads can raise their children in their faith to become good young people who believe the things that I do. That is what I'm trying to create, is the space for you, of course, to raise your children as you see fit, but the space for me to raise my kids to be the kind of young people that I think they ought to be. And the other thing that I take from it, Mercedes, is if you look at the long history of the Christian faith, we've been around for about 2,000 years now, give or take a few years, and there have been really dark times in the history of the Christian faith. There have been really good times in the history of the Christian faith. And I just try to remind myself that we put our faith in God above, we put our faith in the grace of God, and we try the best to do His will, and we don't worry so much about whether we're going to have earthly rewards. We worry about whether we're doing right by God Almighty above. That's what I try to do, and that's how I try to run my life in public.
It's an important question because a lot of conservatives tend to be religious. And again, we've talked about this at length on the show over the years, is that conservative values start with the individual. And then the individual has an outgrowth of the family. The family has an outgrowth of your neighbor. The neighbor has an outgrowth then of the neighborhood. And the neighborhood has an outgrowth of the locality of whatever area you're living in. And then that goes up to the state. The state goes into the federal level. And then you have that. So bringing the church back into our communities and uplifting that again is a massive problem solver in terms of bringing back communities. Because if you stop reaching up for the federal government and the state government and the locality to solve all your problems, case in point, why your neighborhood looks like a dumpster, well, maybe that's because the people in the neighborhood are making a dumpster out of the neighborhood rather than cleaning it up themselves. This whole idea like, well, I need to wait for somebody to mow my lawn, or I need to wait for somebody to pick up the trash, or I need to wait for somebody to repair that said sidewalk, or to fill in a pothole. Now, should those things be done through our tax dollars? Of course. But rather than sitting there and waiting, why not reach out to a fellow church? There's a lot of conservatives, a lot of Republicans, a lot of just people of faith. You don't have to be one of those too, to come out and fix up your community a little bit. That's what the churches are there for. When I was going to church, I did a lot of those things. Going out, I used to be a part of rebuilding Long Beach, where I'd go out and donate my time to something I don't really talk about much. And I would go and try to fix up people's houses in the city of Long Beach. And that's what you did. You gave back to your community. You paint their house, you sand it down, you do their landscaping, you do whatever that project needs. And that could be done through the churches. So you need to bring faith back into of course, faith is good, but just in more of a secular way, it can also rebuild things without relying on taxpayer dollars to do it.
You mentioned raising these children into good people and also into good citizens that can contribute to society and to the world. We had so many young people come out and support Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
And thank you.
This past election. So what is your message? And what is your message to the young men?
You know, I guess my message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in. And we want you to be able to build a nice life in this country that all of us love. That is what we're trying to do. And, you know, you guys more than anybody, more than me, I'm talking about people under the age of 30 in particular, you guys are going to have to deal with the consequences of good policy or of bad policy for much longer than the rest of us. And I want you guys to think about the future and ask yourself, do you want safe communities? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to be able to work a good job? Or do you want that job shipped off to China or somewhere else? We're fighting for you every single day. We want you to help fight for us because we've got to win. Not just the policy battles of the next couple of months. We've got to win the midterm elections in a couple of years. We need you. We recognize that we need you, and we're fighting for you every single day. And I think, you know, you asked me, you know, my message to young men is I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should try to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's...
JD's a man's man. It's so common, you know what I mean? To be quite frank, it's not something that deserves a round of applause, but the left has created such an ass-backward society that we've lived in through the entertainment industry, through culture, through education, that everything he's saying is true, but it's something that we all grew up with, and that's probably not necessarily recognizable to people that are young because of what's been said by these activist teachers, by these activist actors. They're all activists. JD's right here. And we need to normalize of it's okay to make a joke where somebody could be offended. It's okay. It's a joke. There's part truth in it, of course, right? We always make there's driver jokes about certain races. Everybody jokes about everything. We used to just kind of laugh it off because we understood that it was a joke. But because the progressive left have been promulgated and puppeted around as being the sane people, when in actuality they're the insane people, well, now you get an ass-backward society. You got to be careful with everything that you say, whether it's on social media, whether it's wherever. So it's not something that should necessarily get a round of applause because it's an obvious thing to say, but in today's society is worth a round of. It's like me saying a man is a man, a woman is a woman. Oh my God, how could he say it? That's awesome. Yeah, it's just so obvious. It's a weird time we live in.
Our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're going to help with our public policy to make it possible to do that. And by the way...
I think through public policy, I mean, one thing you do is give more tax incentives to those that are actually married rather than those that are in single family households. Now, that doesn't mean you're not giving credits. You're not doing something for single mothers or single fathers. That's not what I'm saying. I think those types of things should still be there. But what I'm saying is there needs to be more of an incentive to keep the father in the household. And right now there's not very much incentive to keep a father around. And that's something through denigration of the culture. That's a lot to do with honestly what's been taking place at home where there's no father in the household. And those things, I think, of married filing joint or people that are married with kids, I think there should be more of an incentive or even a higher tax or even a higher credit for those that are staying married than those that aren't. So you can still get a credit if you're a single mother, a single father. Yeah, you're going to be having it a lot harder. It's not necessarily even your fault. But I think there needs to be more of an incentive to keep families together.
I actually think, Mercedes, this is the thing that President Trump, this is why the media went after him so hard, is because, when I think about, like, what is the essence of masculinity, you could answer this in so many different ways. But when I think about me and my guy friends, we really like to tell jokes to one another.
Yep.
Like, we like to laugh.
And dirty,
you think of all the movies.
And dirty jokes, the locker room talk that they gave Donald Trump shit about. I know I keep pausing it, folks, but that's what we're here for. I mean, literally in one of my hashtags, it talks about political commentary. That's what we do. If you want to watch it, there's links to CPAC. I'm not saying anybody's saying that, but I'm going to keep pausing it for the next 3 hours because this is what we do here. We have conversations. I read your chat. We talk about what's going on and things that bother me. It bothered me that for some reason in the society, we get so alarmed at how could somebody say that? Oh my God, how could he mention that? The locker room talk that Donald Trump has mentioned. Everybody does and says crazy shit. Everybody. I played hockey for 25 years. The things that I could tell you that was said in the locker room would probably get me canceled nowadays. But we all joke around like that. We've all been to family functions where you got the crazy uncle. Hell, even some of you guys, I hate to say it, say some pretty bonkers stuff. But I like it because I think it's funny. It's okay. It's okay to say that stuff because we all get it. But these snowflakes, these people that get so easily offended by things have really ruined it for the rest of us that love comedy. We love laughter, and laughter brings a lot of happiness, and it kind of lets you escape a little bit from the craziness of the world. But everybody's so easily offended. Now you got to watch what you say. You can't even crack a joke anymore. And he's right. Everybody knows what JD's saying is true. Men are some of them are dark, especially military guys tend to have really dark jokes. That's how I am. I find almost everything hilarious. And this is why I love JD so much. And I've really grown to support not just the things he doesn't say, but just him as a man is somebody I would want to have a cigar and a whiskey with, or a brew, and just sit around a fire and shoot the shit and joke around a bit. And everybody knows guys make fun of one another. George is in here making fun of my bald head all the time. I could tell George is just a cool guy. I don't even know if it's a guy, but just, you guys get what I'm saying. He makes fun of me. I'm used to that because I'm a guy. That's how I am with all my guy friends. I make fun of them. They make fun of me. That means that you like each other. You have a freaking good time. And it's the same thing in the chat. We can all joke around with each other to a certain level, but I think it makes sense.
Movies that were really popular.
Are you saying you're pretty funny?
I try to be.
Okay, President Trump, who's funnier? Who's funnier?
Oh, Trump.
Right.
Oh, yeah, Trump for sure.
There you go.
He's got the best sense of humor of any American political figure. But I think this is why young men in particular are so, they're so inspired by President Trump, is because he doesn't allow the media to tell him he can't make a joke or he can't have an original thought. President Trump just says what's on his mind. That's a damn good thing, and it's a good example to set for young men in American culture.
Yep.
I always tell my 5 daughters, I don't have any sons, but Matt and I, we have 5 beautiful daughters, and I always say, the most important decision you'll ever make is who you marry.
That's right.
Always who you marry. And you made a very important decision in marrying Usha.
I did. I married up.
It seems like something so stupid. I'm going to share something sentimental with you guys. My dad's not around anymore. My dad passed away. I actually physically held his hand when he passed. And he was sick, and I was taking care of him when I was doing my master's program. That's why I don't really have much sympathy for when some of these students go, oh, my life's so hard, it's so difficult. It's like, yeah, my dad was dying, and I was going to school full time with my master's and doing full time work as a teacher. I don't need to hear the complaints. But when he was sick, my dad wasn't always like a sentimental guy. And one thing he said to me was, when I was very young, I was dating all these girls, and they were hot chicks. I was a good looking kid when I was a younger guy. Not that I'm old, I'm turning 36 soon, but I kept having issues. Like, I was dating for looks, I wasn't dating for really personality. They're hot, and I wasn't really following a faith back then. I wasn't a Christian early on in college. I came to become a Christian. And he said, Brad, you need to stop dating necessarily for looks and start dating for personality. Everybody's looks fades. Everybody turns wrinkly. Everybody turns old. And that's going to be the worst thing when you marry somebody and their personality sucks and they stop becoming hot after a while. And then you're stuck with them when you're 60, 70, 80 years old, and they're a nightmare because they're not hot anymore. So now you're just dealing with the personality. And it seems something so obvious. And I just sat back. I was like, oh, you're right. And he said, now here's the real kicker. You can find somebody that's hot and has a great personality. Well, then you hit the jackpot. And well, I did. Let's just say I hit the jackpot in terms of what I got. You know what I mean? I got lucky, man. I got lucky with who I'm rolling with. But it's true. I mean, your partner, man, is everything. Even when you have kids, at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to move out, right? It's you and your partner still left after your kids are done and moved out. So, damn you, George. George says, when you weren't bald, fucking guy, dude.
She is a beautiful second lady, and I want to know, what is the best advice Usha has given you?
Well,
there's a lot, clearly.
Okay.
There's a lot.
This is going to be very personal. One piece of advice she gave me like a week ago was, you should be nicer on social media. I don't know that I'll take that advice. Some advice is good. Some advice is, can be good, but you don't have to always take it.
You sound like my husband.
The best advice Usha ever gave me.
I love that, Pat.
She gave me so many good life advices.
Heck yeah.
Or pieces of advice, but the best advice she gave me when it came to politics is, don't let them filter you. And in politics, you've got consultants, and you've got media professionals, you've got pollsters, you've got a lot of people who try to tell you what to say or how to behave or, what to do. And Usha just said, just be yourself, be authentic, go out there and say what's actually on your mind, maybe a little nicer from time to time. But I think that's the best advice that she gave me, and that's why we take our kids everywhere, and that's why I'm not afraid to make a joke on social media, even if it's sometimes a dad joke. I forgive me, all of you who don't like dad jokes, but you just got to be yourself. Yeah. And I think that's President Trump's superpower in American politics, and that's probably the best advice Susha ever gave me, at least on politics.
Okay,
not bad advice, but again, you still have to hold true to yourself because people could see that somebody's acting fake. And hopefully I don't come across as fake. Honestly, this is who I am. Granted, there is a little bit of fakery, I guess, in what you guys see in terms of who I am, because as I've always mentioned, I'm a mega introvert. Like, I spend majority of my life by myself or with my wife. Like, I don't really hang out even with my friends too much. I'm a very quiet guy. And this is a lot of what you see is really for entertainment, for show, because it gets boring if you just have something that's monotone and not really into it and showing emotion. But I do want to highlight Harold's quote here. He said, in the Bible, Proverbs 4:16 tells us the following: for the wicked sleep, not except they have done mischief, and they sleep, and their sleep is taken away unless they cause some to fall. I just want to point out that we all fall, right? We all stumble. And the question is that, are we going to be there as people of faith, patriots, conservatives, independents, Republicans? Are we going to be there for our brother and sister who are Americans when they fall? Are we going to uplift them, even if it was through something sinful? And I think we always need to give the benefit of the doubt in somebody's second, third, maybe even fourth chances sometimes, depending on what the severity of it is. We all stumble, we all fall. There's going to be things that I do where I stumble and fall. There's going to be things that I say that is stupid. And the question is, are we going to beat somebody up for that one or multiple stupid things that they said, or can we uplift them? In moderation. If they're Democrat and they continue to hound us, well, then I think we should hound them back. But for example, a lot of you are bringing Joy Reid into it. I would love Joy Reid to be successful. I really would. Do I like the things that she says? Absolutely not. And I wish that she would change her opinions to be more centrist in terms of the ideology that she espouses. But I also want people to do well. We all stumble. We all fall. We need to help each other get back up. There's going to be people all the time, including ourselves, that are sinful. We're not holier than thou. That's why I always say I'm not better than any of you guys. A lot of you are more religious than me. You're more moral than me. But this culture that we've gotten to, where somebody does or says something stupid, and then we just need to beat the shit out of them all the time and just keep grinding them down for that one or two things that they've done. You know, we've all done stupid things, and we learn from them, and that's part of life. And so I wish we could bring that culture back, where it's like, yeah, you know, hey, okay, I think we beat them up enough. Let's now uplift them. I think everybody deserves an ass kicking for a wake up call of like, yeah, you did something stupid. But then after a while, it's like, okay, can we stop the nagging? Can we just help the person out now? I think they've understood. They're kind of at the rock bottom, you know? It's like, Jesus. So, I mean, that day I'm sure is coming to me in some way, shape, or form. The question is how are people going to handle it? And, you know, what you tend to see is people don't support people when they messed up.
Last question. What inspires you every day?
Well, I mean, one is my family. Right? I mean, I'm blessed to have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and I can't help but see the country through their eyes. And when we were on the campaign in particular, and we would take our kids with us, all of my kids, when we were about to land in some new place, you know, they'd all rush to the window of the plane and they'd look out and they'd say, oh, Dad, this looks so cool. Like, you know, the beauty of the Arizona cactuses and Arizona deserts. Or, you know, we'd be in Texas for a fundraiser and they'd be like, oh my God, like, look at just all of that open space, right? Or we'd be in North Carolina and say, oh, look how beautiful the Green Mountains, right? This idea of these beautiful green mountains of Appalachian, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. And I guess what inspires me is you can't help but be hopeful and energetic and optimistic about this country when you see it through the eyes of a child. So I hope I never lose that perspective because it does inspire me every day.
Well, Mr. Vice President, you inspire us every day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump, and we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys. Thank you.
We're not going anywhere, folks. Actually, we're going to hang around here. I want to see a couple other speeches. Like I said, I'm going to be around for a while, so if you don't stick around, that's okay. We're going to be watching a ton of speeches. I want to see, I think Ben Shapiro's in one of these. And if you're enjoying hanging out with us, hit that like button. And wait a minute, just kind of scrolling through to see who we have here. Well, will we be seeing Donald Trump's speech? That's for darn sure. The question is when will we get to it? Not 100% sure. I do want to see Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire. He is a conservative at some point here. I don't know who all these people are. I have no idea. And truthfully, I really don't. I don't have any interest in hearing what they have to say. Maybe I should. Here's Michael Knowles, somebody whose cigars I do smoke. And I think he's one of the greats in terms of politics. And I think he looks at politics in a good lens. And what do I mean by that? Is Michael Knowles finds a lot of humor and comedic, this that whole world of politics. And I look at politics in the same lens as, yeah, I get upset over things. Majority of politics I actually find very entertaining. I find it fun. It's like a soap opera for me. It's like a reality show. And the craziness of all of it really intrigues me. And I've always been that type of guy where I don't live my life out certain ways, but I'm always intrigued to see how other people function, how they work, how they tick. And I find enjoyment and I get a kick out of it. For example, something I used to really enjoy is watching Jersey Shore on MTV when I was in college. Not my lifestyle, something I would never do, not into that type of stuff. But I find it fascinating that people would live their lives that way. And I'm always intrigued with it. That's why I really like listening to podcasts. I like learning about people's lives, what makes them tick. Michael Knowles looks at politics in a very similar way, he stated, in terms of very fun, entertaining, and also very comedic. So here he is, and I love his cigars. I love just listening to him talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Knowles. Good to see you. Thank you. Oh, look at this. Look at these beautiful, patriotic.
And I love that he's a smart ass too. Like Angel says, I like Mike's humor. Me too. He's another showman. He's the type of guy that I would love to just have a cigar and a drink with and just chat about philosophy, chat about politics, just all sorts of stuff with. The guy is just hilarious.
Energized. Ooh, I love it. I love being at CPAC. It is always a pleasure to be at CPAC. I felt like an old man when I was thinking about this trip because I first came to CPAC in 2011. And it was fun then, it's been fun ever since, but something feels different this year. Doesn't it? Something. What is it? What is that thing? I don't think that it's just that we won. Because, we won in 2016. Some people say we won in 2020. I'm not going to get into it. But it can't just be that we won. I think the big difference this year is that we won, and we won the popular vote.
Yeah. That's a good point.
That was the big difference. Most voters in this country voted for Donald Trump. Huge swaths of every demographic, including groups that Democrats have had a lockdown on for decades. We're talking about an historic proportion of black male voters, almost half of Hispanic voters, something like 50% of women over 45. Even, this one really shocked me, 40% of women under the age of 30. That was the most Kamala-y demographic, and we still got that. So many of them voted for Trump and for Republicans in the House and the Senate. It was a clean sweep. It was a clear mandate, and it was a mandate for common sense. That's the only way to explain this broad coalition of people who usually argue with each other. Republicans, disaffected Democrats, conservatives, liberals, people across both sexes and all ages and all races. The Democrats lost the common sense.
Oh, yeah.
And their loss is our gain, not only at the ballot box, but also in expanding the political imagination, in opening up the discourse that we can have in our politics. For too long, uniparty elites have limited political discourse to exclude the common sense policies that people actually want. Just look at immigration. For decades, we have been told that we have two choices when it comes to immigration: more illegal immigration or more legal immigration. And sometimes the left and the right, they compromise and they give us both. Great. But it turns out that most Americans do not want more immigration of any kind. Most Americans want drastically less immigration, legal and illegal. Gallup polling last July found 55% of Americans want overall immigration reduced. This backs up another poll from 2018, Harvard-Harris, found that most Americans want annual legal immigration capped at about 500,000. That is about 60% less than the current levels. That is about 85% less than overall immigration levels. That is what most Americans repeatedly have indicated that they want. And it's perfectly reasonable. Today, we have the highest foreign-born percentage of the population that we have ever had in our nation's history. It is not possible for a nation to maintain social cohesion and its own way of life
there you go.
While taking in unlimited numbers of foreigners.
That is a very PG phrase of when you bring in other people's cultures, you're going to dilute your own culture. This is exactly what he's talking about here. And it doesn't mean you're not for legal immigration. You want that to happen, but you need to process in such a way that you can maintain the culture that was established, or else why come here in the first place if you didn't like the culture that was already established? It just doesn't make sense to me.
There's nothing bigoted about that observation. And yet, until recently, that view, the preference of most Americans, was totally unrepresented by either major political party. Look at the LGBT ideology. In recent years, uniparty elites have told us that we have two options. Either we trans the kids in kindergarten or we wait until they turn 8. Maybe if we're lucky, we can wait until the kids are out of elementary school before the indoctrination begins.
That's so crazy.
What kind of a choice is that? Within the past decade, transgenderism did not exist in public life at all. Not in schools, not in sports leagues, not in bathrooms, not in the military, not anywhere. And things worked a lot better then, and probably we should return to that. To put in perspective just how rapidly this gender-bending LGBT ideology has been forced upon us.
I hope he gives the stats by like decade or years, because you see almost like an exponential function in terms of people that identify as the LGBTQ or even part of the trans community. It's insane, which makes you think that it has to be some sort of social contagion, right? Is that if people are identifying as trans or part of the LGBTQ community, yeah, you would have some sort of uptick, right? As society becomes more in favor of people coming out as gay or lesbian or whatever. But to have an exponential function, that does not make sense in terms of society and the outgrowth of certain groups. So yeah, that function is weird. I hope he brings that up.
Consider that Barack Obama, in the final year of his first term as president, held that marriage is the lifelong union of a man and a woman ordered toward the procreation and education of children. Hillary Clinton believed that too. Mm-hmm. Basically, everybody believed that. Everyone, everywhere, for statistically all of human history, has understood that fact. That is the only definition of marriage that distinguishes it from other kinds of relationships. Marriage was not invented by ideologues, and it cannot be redefined by ideologues either. It is a natural institution. Not even the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court wants to try, but not even they can change that reality. It just is what it is. Nothing bigoted about that observation. It's just a fact. Here's another fact, basic stuff. God exists. Simple. We can know that. Even in our relentlessly secular political order, 81% of Americans believe in God. And you know, that is actually the lowest number ever recorded. Historically, the number is north of 95%. And still, that means that the overwhelming majority of Americans believe in God. And that is because the existence of God can be known with certainty from human reason. But these days, you would not know that, judging by our public institutions. In recent decades, uniparty elites have offered us two options when it comes to religion. Keep it private, or don't keep your religion at all. In public, federal agents spy on our churches. They sue members of religious orders. They imprison parents for praying peaceably outside of abortion mills. Maybe, just maybe, we're permitted to entertain religious thoughts silently in our own minds. But the moment that we start talking about or acting on those ideas in public, we're in trouble. But religion is not just some private privilege. Religion is a public right. Our very country is predicated on the idea that God exists and that we are made in his image. God is in the Declaration of Independence. He's in our national anthem. He's even on our money. The fact that in recent decades, our political class has largely removed God from public life is an aberration and a national scandal, and it needs to be reversed.
I agree.
Now, of course, it's not really possible to remove religion from politics because lawmaking entails moral judgments, whether we're talking about abortion or whether we're talking about parking tickets. Politics requires us to come to certain conclusions about human nature, about justice and mercy, sin and grace. Politics always and everywhere involves rituals and veneration, reward and punishment. These things are inescapable. So when the ideologues remove traditional and true religion from our politics, they can only replace it with their own novel and false religions. They replace Christmas displays with pride parades, sturdy virtues with modern values, faith, hope, and charity with diversity, equity, and inclusion. They ban the Bible from schools, and then they assign gender queer. That is to say, they remove the most important book ever written, the book without which it is not possible to be an educated person, and they replace it with their own neo-Gnostic nonsense. Is it any wonder that our rulers got so stupid?
He's correct here, and a lot of people have pushback about removing or about implementing Judeo-Christian values inside the education system. Well, if you're going to move here to the United States and you're of a different faith, well, part of the system that we've adopted and created are through Judeo-Christian values. So you should be reading the Bible. Even if you don't believe in it, you could still find the Judeo-Christian values and substance in there in terms of what makes the United States great and what makes it different than any other country out there. And a lot of that has to do with the faith that it was founded upon. Of course, that faith was an outgrowth then of said Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, things like that. But I think it's important that everybody learns about the Bible. I think it's everybody's faith that's here in the United States that should be attributed to learning about the Bible. And everybody loses their crap when you do that. It's like, oh, well, what if you were forced in to learn about Islam or something? Yeah, but I'm not in an Islamic country. I'm not over there. Or Buddhist. It doesn't matter what faith you are. I don't live in those countries. If I move there, then it actually makes sense for me to learn about that religion because I'm living there and that's the prominent religion of said country. It'd be like going and moving to a country and having, like, we'll say Korea, South Korea. It's a big Christian country, but let's say I moved there. Well, wouldn't I be expected to learn the language of that country because I'm moving and living in that country? Doesn't that kind of make sense? And then I should probably learn about their laws, their creeds, their values because I moved to that country for a reason, probably to live there because I like living there because I want to live there. So when we start saying, oh, well, you got to learn about the Bible in the school system. Well, yeah, but doesn't mean you have to believe in it, but it's still good to know. And thank you, Outdoor Living, becoming a patriot. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Bald Bread Army. I always see it in the live chat, so thank you for subscribing and paying your hard-earned money to be part of the show here. Big badge next to you. I love seeing that. But again, it just, you really see the denigration of it. And God does exist. And a lot of people go, well, you can't see God. Well, you can see God work. You can believe in prophecy and fulfillment. You can have all those things. But I do think it's important to bring that back into education, especially if there's going to be no father figure. Well, the best father figure you can have is Jesus Christ and God. I mean, that's the best father figure, right? You have a manual of what he says is to do and not do, what is good and bad. He teaches you how to discern good and evil through the scriptures. I mean, that is your bedrock of education right there. And if your parents aren't giving it to you, well, then it'd be nice to have the education department give it to you, especially, again, this country was founded on Judeo-Christian values. And then the left spaz out whenever you say that, right? They lose their minds. Of course, they lose their minds about it. They lose their minds when you give them objective truths. Like the sun rises in the east, it sets in the west, right? They lose their minds over that. I mean, that's the basis of truth, right? Seeing and looking at what God created through natural order and assessing it through everybody's different lenses and going, yes, that is a tree. Yes, that is a rock. Yes, this is a cell phone. Yes, he's wearing headphones on his head. He has a hat on. These are all truths, right? Because they're observable. We could see them. Granted, we would describe them in different ways, but at the end of the day, a man is a man and a woman is a woman. How do we know that? Because we can observe it. God exists. How do we know that? Because we can actually observe it. We can see what he prophesied and then what he fulfilled. Not just once, not just twice, but hundreds and hundreds of times. If you want to say that's by happen chance over courses of hundreds, if not thousands of years, I mean, hell, from Isaiah to the gospel is about 700 years. Okay, sure.
You saw the consequences of taking the Bible out of schools a couple weeks ago when our vice president invoked a basic Christian concept and our political establishment started alternately drooling and shrieking. When he was asked about mass migration, J.D. Vance brought up the order of charity, which is the idea that we owe more to the people closer to us than to people who are further away.
I'm going to push back and say putting religion in schools is important, but having it be the founding of whatever said countries in there and Judeo-Christian values, I think it's important, especially when you're looking at the Jewish value system. I mean, a lot of that, right, is pulled from the Old Testament into the New Testament. And you can also get that Old Testament from different faiths as well. And the morality of it, I think, is something that a lot of people can get behind in terms of what is good, what is bad, and how to distinguish good from evil, and learning what is right and what is wrong. And a lot of those value systems, again, are shared in other faiths. If you look at other faiths, there's a lot of overlap that takes place with Christianity scriptures, the Jewish scriptures, and evolves into other people's scriptures as well. So I think, and look, that doesn't mean you can't have other faiths and learn about them, but you should learn about why you're here and why your parents moved here and why you decide to live here. And if you don't like it, well, guess what? If you don't like the faith that this is established upon, there's another place you can go. I know you don't like people saying that, but there's another place you can go. It's called the, predominantly the Middle East is where some things are at. If you want to be a Buddhist, you can go to wherever that's at. I mean, you can go there and live throughout their culture and their value system. We know why people are here. Christianity is the best culture.
This is an observation. It's so obvious. It's articulated in Scripture. It's written about by the great Christian thinkers, but it's also just common sense. It does not take a PhD in philosophy or theology to know that we owe more to our kids than we do to face-tattooed Mexican gangsters.
Facts.
Now, of course, this means that our political leaders owe more to American citizens than they do to foreigners. That's the point J.D. was making. That is the meaning of the phrase America First. It's not that we don't wish to help people around the world. We certainly do. We're the most charitable nation in history. But it is perverse for our political elite constantly to prioritize the whims and desires of foreigners over the needs of citizens. A nation without a proper concern for its own well-being can never, in the long run, be good to anyone else anyway. This is why when we're on the airplane, they say, put your own mask on before you help others. You need to have things in order. For decades, our uniparty elite have told us we have two options when it comes to charity and the common good. We can either erase our national borders, or we can try and fail to build democracies in the Middle East. Or we could do both, I guess. Those were our options. But there's a third option, and it happens to be the option that most Americans want. We can rebuild our own country. We can help our own citizens. Charity, after all, begins at home.
It's true.
We do not have to accept the false dichotomies offered to us by a corrupt political establishment. We can form new coalitions. We can elect new leaders. We can have our country back, and we can even make it great again. Thank you very much.
Really deep speech. I know it doesn't seem so maybe on like the surface level, but if you really go in and tackle a lot of what Michael Knowles says, it really does go back to the individual and to the family. And the individual and family does need to be predicated on some sort of foundation. If that foundation can be built upon a rock, it's really hard to overcome and defeat it. And that's what we need back here in the United States. And again, I'm not saying to learn about the scriptures, you have to believe in it. I think you should, and I think there's good reason to. But again, the scriptures are made up of history, moral teachings, prophecy, and fulfillment. And if you can get those values out of that and understand how it connects through our government and how things were created here in the United States, it's going to make you more of a believer, not just in the United States alone, but also in the scriptures within itself. I don't believe in the scriptures because of miracles. I believe because God said he was going to do something and actually did it. And he didn't just do it once. He didn't just do it once or twice. He did it hundreds of times. If somebody kept their promises to you hundreds and hundreds of times and actually never broke it, wouldn't you believe in what they said? Especially when they've been doing it over the course of hundreds of years and they never missed a beat and they actually did everything they said they were going to do. Wouldn't you actually believe in their word? The scriptures is no different. Throw aside, if you're struggling believing in the scriptures, throw aside the miracles for a second. Because even Jesus Christ, when he came, he said, you wicked and adulterous generation for believing in miracles. At the first coming, looking at miracles was done away with. I know some people still want to push that whole thing, but People that believed in miracles at the time of the first coming were considered a wicked and adulterous generation according to Jesus Christ. It's not looking at the miracles, it's looking at what God did and how he overcame, and yes, and how he fulfilled scriptures, and that he's coming back again to do the exact same thing. That's is what you should be having your faith in, is that God keeps his word, and his word is the scriptures, his word is truth, and Jesus Christ is the word in flesh. That's why I believe in it, to be honest. I'm not one to believe in too many miracles. I find it fascinating and all those other things, and that did occur in the scriptures, but I believe more that God actually said that he was going to do something, and he actually did it. And when you look at it that way, I think it's a lot easier to believe in God and that he actually exists. So that's my take. That's my take on it. Turn into Bible study with Brad. I'm trying to find who else we got here on the first day, so bear with me, folks. Yeah, let's listen to Mike Johnson. I'm actually curious what he has to say. There might be, because again, there might be a lot of religious stuff that comes up here. And as much as maybe some people don't like Mike, look, he's in a hard position. And what I mean by that is, again, is we look at the Republican Party as like a cohesive, like just huge group of people, but it's a lot of different sects within inside those people. There's a lot of different types of Republicans. There's conservatives, there's fiscal conservatives, there's Republicans that are fiscal, but not necessarily conservatives. Like, and he has to manage all those groups and get them to work together. And that's why you're kind of butting heads. Also, you have a lot of new blood and old blood in the Republican Party. A lot of people that kind of helped destroy this country. I hate to say it, but some of the Republicans did by pushing this deficit idea and allowing government to be bloated and pushing this whole thing. So I like what Mike's doing. We're going to see if he holds to it, but he's been following Trump pretty good, but we'll see. Got 4 years.
We want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for putting this together. On behalf of Newsmax, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah.
As everyone just heard, Kash Patel.
We got cash, baby!
It's official. Murkowski and Collins voted against him.
Boo! Get rid of him!
Mitch McConnell voted for him and announced that
God, we need to get Mitch out, dude. The guy's just a mess.
he's not going to run again in 2 years.
Thank God. Get out now, Mitch.
I guess my question is, which one surprised you more today?
Well, I'm glad he did it, and I want to tip my hat to Leader Thune and the Senate Republicans. They're getting the job done. The Trump cabinet is being confirmed. We need that. President Trump needs his team in place, and I'm really grateful that they're moving as quickly as they are, and they're setting a good pace, and so far, so good.
So, Mr. Speaker, only twice in, I believe, 85 years has the president's party picked up seats in the midterm elections. But you are going to change that in 2 years.
We are. There's a lot of reasons for that. We're going to defy history, and we're going to grow the House majority in 2 years and not lose the majority. I think everybody recognizes President Trump needs 4 years and not 2. And if they took the majority back, they would try to impeach him, they would open the border wide, they would create all sorts of chaos. So we have to win, and we will, and let me tell you why. Because we have a very favorable landscape. Right now, as we're sitting here today, 13 House Democrats are sitting in districts that President Trump won pretty handily. That's right. There's more than 20.
That doesn't really mean much to the Democrats, to be honest. They'll figure something out. And I think that's partly why you see Donald Trump moving so fast, is because odds are he does only have 2 years, and then he has to spend the next 2 years fighting with Democrats. At least that's what, right? That's the way the pendulum tends to swing, which is why they're bringing this up. And I think why Donald Trump is moving so fast.
Districts that President Trump came within 5 points of winning. So we've got a great landscape to go out and play offense, not defense, but offense, to flip those seats into our column. And on top of that, we had an historic demographic shift in the election cycle. We all saw it happening. We had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, all these groups that had not traditionally been in the Republican Party, but on the sheer force of Donald Trump's persona, they came into the party, and they're going to be with us for quite some time, because now we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Rob, to demonstrate for these people that it truly is our conservative policies that are better for them, that leads to human flourishing. It's better for individuals, families, communities, states, and the nation as a whole. We do that, we'll hold this majority for quite some time.
Question I've wanted to ask you for a while. So before the election, Trump Force One, Donald Trump's personal plane, there was a photograph. I'm going to name you 4 people that were in this photograph. Kid Rock, RFK Jr., Elon Musk, Donald Trump. The 5th person, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
That's my crew, man.
Did you ever think that group would be together at 30,000 feet?
You left out Jelly Roll. I mean, it's a great group.
Yeah.
We went to the UFC fight. It was at Madison Square Garden, and we did a round trip to Palm Beach, to South Florida, in the same night. So we arrived back at Palm Beach about 4:25 in the morning, and everybody you just named was up like it was the middle of the afternoon, man. It was a great event. But look, that's the power of President Trump. He brings together all sorts of people who would not otherwise be unified like that. And it's a great thing for the country. It's unifying for the country. And there's talent, and it's a motley crew sometimes, but in a beautiful way. And that's been one of the highlights of being speaker, is hanging out with that crew.
Absolutely. And you fit right in.
Yeah.
You fit right in. Can you explain why the left and why so many Democrats are enraged at Donald Trump right now for trying to end to...
Well, he's a politician. So a lot of people are saying they don't really trust Johnson, or they're hesitant about him, as you should be. Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm hesistant with any politician. I'm even hesitant with Donald Trump. Again, as a core of my foundation, especially as a fiscal conservative, but even a Republican, hell, a right-wing guy, somebody that looks at the founding of this country, we should always be hesitant of our leaders. You know what I mean? And always think they're a tool, and tools break. Tools don't go necessarily in the direction they should be all the time, let's just say. And so, yes, I think we should always be hesitant in terms of our leadership, including Donald Trump. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to say stupid things. We already know that it's built. It's baked into the cake. So I think we should be hesitant. I don't care who it is, to be honest.
2 wars that he did not start.
I wish I could explain the Democrats. They're just enraged about everything. Think about it. Their policies and their parties are in totally disarray. They don't have a leader. They don't have a real vision forward. They don't know where they're going to head. The entire platform has been repudiated by the American people. The woke progressive nonsense has been stamped out. And so all they know to do is to lash out. I mean, think of it. They're opposing the ending of wars. They're opposing the ending, or they're opposing the Doge effort, right? What
the Doge one is so wild to me.
Elon and the team are doing is what Congress has not had the ability to do. They have cracked the code. They're inside the belly of the beast of the bureaucracy, and the algorithms are crawling through. That's right. They're exposing this massive fraud, waste, and abuse that we have not been able to uncover because the deep state has hidden it from us. This is a revolutionary kind of moment. It really is. And I told Elon in his office Monday before last, I said, you think of this like a scientist and a data analyst, and I think of it like a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, what we're going to do here is bring back the founders' original intent for the federal government, right?
There you go.
I mean,
100%.
Rob, you know, you're a student of history as well. The founders wanted a lean, small federal government. They wanted most of the power pushed down to the states, as you know, and they wanted the federal government to be closely monitored by the duly elected representatives of the people in Congress. The problem is Congress has not been able to do that job because they've been hiding the evidence, hiding the ball. Elon's on the inside, and that's why the Democrats are so nervous. He is right over the target right now. Yeah.
It's been remarkable to see.
The question I want to see in the next 4 years is what's going to stop this from happening again? Like, what is going to be implemented here that won't allow this to happen? One of the things they need to do is stop these huge spending packages that are 2,000 pages long. They need to make it, hey, if you want something in there, it needs to be past singularity. Like, I don't even have that right, but basically line item by line item, and stop shoving this just in a big pork bill. And then we're sending, $59 million of condoms allegedly to Mozambique. Like, I'm not for that. Or transing dolphins in the Pacific. I'm not for that stuff. And I think when it's exposed that way of, hey, this is what Congress is voting on today, and you got 5 things, well, have it be out there in the open. So I think, and that goes for laws as well. I think everything doesn't need to be in huge packages. It should be one by one. And government is built to go slow, by the way. Government is built to be at a snail's pace, which is a good and bad thing, depending on which thing you're looking at.
See the Department of Government Efficiency. That's what DOGE stands for. Department of Government Efficiency. And Democrats are almost in this un-American position right now of being against their primary mission, which is to save the American taxpayer money, which to me doesn't make any sense.
They like to spend the taxpayer's dollar. I don't think that's ever been.
They sure do.
They're for big government. That's what big government progressives do. They want the government to control every aspect of our lives. And the last 4 years, Biden-Harris administration, it was, regulations on steroids. And so now we have an opportunity to fix everything. We have a very ambitious, very aggressive legislative agenda because we have been.
Did you notice he said, hey, we want to try to fix everything, where the progressives want to change everything, right? Change is always their slogan. Because progressing forward sometimes creates change, but it also sometimes progressing forward is also going back to what it used to be, and that can be deemed as progress as well. I like that phraseology. We're here to fix it. We're here to make it back what it used to be, back when things were going smoothly, not transing kids, sending illegals a bunch of our money, other countries a bunch of our money, sending them $59 million worth of condoms or all this other crap, trying to trans other countries, pushing propaganda messaging over there. No, that's done. We're fixing this.
Given this opportunity by the voters to fix it. President Trump got 77 million popular votes, right? Yeah. In the House, House Republicans got 74.8 million popular votes. That's the highest total we've ever gotten.
Wow.
Yeah. So we see it as a mandate to dial all that back and to fix it. And you're seeing that happen very aggressively. The president is over 300 executive actions already. And we're going to codify so much of what he's doing so that the next team can't unwind it. That's right.
That's the important part, is codifying it so the other team can't unwind it. And that's the big part. And I do want to be clear, I'm not a fan of executive orders. I'm really not. I think we've created too much power for the office of the presidency. That's not how things were meant to be. And so hopefully by codifying a lot of these things on making it go back to how it's supposed to be, we can fix that idea of a president coming in and doing all these executive orders. It's gotten kind of ridiculous. And I don't like even that Trump's doing a lot of that. That's something that should be led up to Congress to do, not up to a president.
In America, we hold presidential elections every 4 years. We did so during COVID. We did so during the Second World War. We did so during the Civil War. During the War of 1812, the White House was burned to the ground 3 months before James Madison was elected. How important is it for Ukraine to hold presidential elections?
Well, it's very important, of course, and
because they were canceled last spring.
That's right. That's right. And the president has pointed that out.
And they claim to be a democracy.
That's right. We need an end to the conflict. And what I've explained, I've done 2 panels at 2 different events this morning. I started the Republican Governors Association. They asked me about this, and I went to the big business leaders, Fortune 500 executives there. They all want to know the same thing. What is President Trump doing there? I said, you got to give him room to operate and do what he does. He's doing a level set. Right? You've got to get both parties to come and bring.
So Betts is asking when is back. For me, it's pre-FDR. If you wanted a clear answer, I think once Franklin Delano Roosevelt implemented a lot of socialist policies, I think that's when you really saw a lot of the denigration of the United States by giving and massively bloating the government. So there's a clear answer for you. For me, it's before FDR, not even Reagan.
Bring about an end to this conflict, which will serve America's interest and everybody's interest around the world. But I think of it very much like a mediation or arbitration. If you're a lawyer, I'm a recovering lawyer, forgive me, I think of those terms. But when you start a mediation, you start an arbitration between 2 parties, you don't bring them into the...
I want to be clear because the left is going to clip that. That doesn't mean removing everything that we've progressed forward in terms of like civil rights and all those other things. But in terms of the scope and how big government has gotten, yeah, pre-FDR. I think Social Security is a scam. I think Social Security is stealing people's money. I don't want to give my money to the government and then bank on them giving it back to me later. They've already said that they want to remove 30% of our money because they don't have it because they're going to go insolvent. I just don't like that aspect where if I did by the way, you could do the calculation yourself. You could just go into, and I'm not beating you up, Bets. I love you. I'm just elaborating on what you were asking. I would rather take my Social Security money and invest it on average in a mutual fund that gets I'll even lowball. I'll say 6%. I'll lowball it. I can make more money doing that than I could through my Social Security. So why am I giving my Social Security to the government and relying on them to give it back to me when I don't trust government in the first place? Why am I relying on government for a lot of things? That's my question. And again, that's not how this country was established. And that's what Mike is talking about here. That's not how things are supposed to be built. And the progressive left and Democrat Party have really done a great job of bloating it. And you can see one of the main big bloats happen around FDR's time. There's a lot of things that we progressed in through the Republican Party, by the way. The civil rights is all because of the Republican Party, and I'm not going to let the Democrat Party try to do this revisionist history bullshit on it. It's because of us. We had the votes, they didn't, and it's because we voted for it is why we have civil rights. So this whole idea of revisionist and all this stuff. So anyways, that's for me. Look, Reagan had a nice job, but there's a great book if you want to read it. It's by Lou Cannon. Again, Lou Cannon, L-A-U Cannon. It's like almost 2,000 pages, but you can get a really good insight into the Reagan administration. Reagan made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't a bad president, but I think a lot of us have become accustomed to really loving Reagan, and I do as well. But he was more or less leaving a lot of the leadership up to the people that he was working with. He passed down a lot of his work down to those that he hired, which I guess is what you're supposed to do as a leader. But he also didn't really have as much of a spine as a lot of people think he did. He left a lot of the stuff and hard decisions up to his wife, Nancy. Great book. You guys should really read it. I think it'll change your opinion about Reagan. I love him. I'm just saying, I think that perception of the Reagan era isn't exactly all roses is what I'm saying. I like Reagan. I think Reagan did great, but there's a lot of things I think that go underskirted with Republicans and conservatives with that. But that's my answer. Free FDR. Get rid of a lot of the government programs.
Room for that first meeting. You do it separately. So I think Zelensky complaining that he wasn't invited to the first meeting with Saudi Arabia and Russia is misplaced. I mean, what Trump's trying to do is do a level set, put the conditions in place for that real negotiation to happen, and we've got to allow him to do what he does. Remember, he wrote The Art of the Deal. He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. Okay? If that level set takes, let's say, 3-6 months, or it drags on, do you see another funding bill for the war in Ukraine?
Look, there's no appetite for that. What do you think? No. Yeah.
We got our answer there?
We have to bring it to an end. And I can tell you that our European allies understand the necessity of this as well. It's drug on too long. By some estimates, Russia's lost almost 700,000 troops, maybe more. The Ukrainians have suffered great losses. We have to bring an end to the conflict. President Trump is exactly right. It's time for it to end, and he is the brute force, I think, that can make that happen.
The president said that
we'll be updating that on tomorrow's show, by the way, what's going on with Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky potentially stepping down, if that's going to create peace. So we'll give you updates on all the news that's come out, guys. We're going to take care of you tomorrow morning. Tune in at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will be here. Or obviously, as you know, it will stay uploaded throughout the day.
That a percentage of Doge savings could maybe go back to the American people in the form of what he called Doge stimulus checks. Something like 20%.
Got to get Congress to approve it.
How would that work?
Well, look, I mean, politically, that would be great for us, you know, you send everybody a check. But really, we have to think of it, I think, in a
That just got everybody's attention, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I just saw everybody look up all of a sudden.
I know.
Yep.
But if you think about our core principles, right, fiscal responsibility is what we do as conservatives. That's our brand. And we have a $36 trillion federal debt. We have a giant deficit that we're contending with. I think we need to pay down the credit card, right? That's what I think.
I agree. I said, you guys were with me on the show. I said there probably is more of a benefit long term for our children and those that come after to pay down that deficit. As much as we would love that money now, and trust me, I think we would all love that money. So that money is life changing. But at the end of the day, we do got to pay down that credit card. I actually agree with Mike here. I would rather pay down the deficit than get a $5,000 check per taxpayer. And those people that are hurting, I follow Dave Ramsey. So I don't spend money on something I don't have. I pay cash for everything. So I will save up for years for something before I ever buy it, no matter how small it is. For years. I'll even go work a third or fourth job just to pay for the thing that I want. That's how much I go out of my way. I don't put things on credit cards. So I like this aspect. This is a very fiscal conservative. This is like hardcore fiscal conservative, and that's me.
Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing about this one big, beautiful bill. Tell me how big, how beautiful.
Oh, it's going to be so big. I shouldn't do it.
It's going to be so big.
So the beauty of reconciliation, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on the procedure, but normally you need a 60-vote threshold in the Senate to do anything of substance, but budget reconciliation is the one exception to the process where you only need 51 votes in the Senate, a bare majority. So we're going to use this reconciliation process to achieve most of the priorities that we ran on in the election cycle and that President Trump, that's right, committed to. So I could be here a long time listing all those things, but clearly it's the most important interest of the country. We're going to secure that border once and for all.
There we go.
We're going to do that. We're going to get the economy going again, American economy going, make sure that we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what would happen by default at the end of this year if we fail in this mission, because the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extensions expire, the cuts expire. We're going to get the economy going. We're going to get back to American energy dominance in this bill. Yep. And we're going to take a blowtorch to the regulatory state, get the bureaucracy back in check.
Heck yeah.
Lots of details, lots of subcategories under all that, but it's going to be a big, beautiful bill, and it has to be by necessity because that gives us the highest probability of success, remembering that I have a small margin in the House.
One.
I have one vote for much of this. What could go wrong, Rob?
Right,
it's going to be fine.
Right.
But everybody is committed to delivering the America First agenda, and that's why we're going to get it done. So,
what is your working dynamic like with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who for the first time in a long time, the Senate's got a bigger majority than the House right now?
Yeah, they do. The Republican majority in the Senate has a larger margin than we do in the House. And so by necessity, the two chambers have to work very closely together. And that's kind of an innovation. It doesn't really happen in Washington. It hasn't so long as I've been there. But as soon as I became Speaker of the House in October 23, the first instinct I had was go meet with the Senate Republicans and let's align the two chambers. It just makes sense. It's common sense. So we're doing that. And you're going to see no daylight between the Republicans in the House and Senate. Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Mr. Speaker, there was some reporting this week that the Democrats are planning what they're calling a super ticket in 2028, Kamala Harris and AOC.
Is this true? I didn't hear that. This is news to me. Oh, shit. The super ticket. Yeah. Super stupid. Oh, my. You know what? Do it. That's fine. I'm all for it. I hope they do. Because then we'll get J.D. Vance in or somebody. Oh, AOC and Kamala Harris. Holy Lordy, can you imagine? That's scary. That is terrifying. Boy.
Are you prepared for that?
Oh, let it be so. Let it be so. Wow. Is that real? Is that real?
That's an actual legitimate, well, I use that word legitimate very loosely nowadays with the media, but that report is out there, we'll say.
Wow.
I don't know
amazing.
who would run for president and who would be VP.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I so hope that happens.
Do the Democrats, do they have a leader right now?
No, they don't. They don't
Is
have
there
a
any
leader.
leader at any level? Or is it still Joe Biden?
Well, he wasn't the leader for the last 4 years. They really are in a real bind. They don't have a leader. They don't have a vision. They don't have a platform they can run on. They have to do a whole cloth reinvention of the party. But they're very divided right now because they're in the blame game as they do the autopsy of what happened in the election cycle. So it's an interesting time. Look, our party's in great shape right now. We are very unified. We have a broadened coalition. That's exactly right. And
Karen Catmom's comment in the chat is hilarious. Harris plus AOC. They can make posters saying Dumb and Dumber. That's genius. We should make shirts if that happens. Remind me in 3.5 years if it does actually happen. We'll make shirts like that. That's hilarious. Yeah, where is Joey? I don't know.
And we have the principles and the policies that truly are better for the American people. I think they've recognized that. You know what happened in the last 4 years, Rob, is that the woke progressive left tried so hard, they moved so aggressively, so quickly to swing that pendulum to the left, and it went all the way to the left and it clicked. And now it's coming back, right? We are a center-right country. We always have been, we always will be. And I think President Trump is seen as a force helping us to push that pendulum back in place. So we're going to seize that historic moment, and I believe we can bring about a much better outcome for the people and for the country.
2 questions. Elon Musk tweeted yesterday, quote, "The real reason so many Democrats are upset about entitlements is that they're using taxpayer money to attract and retain illegal immigrants, their future voters."
Yeah, I agree.
Is that what you think the last 4 years at both our borders has been all about?
100%. They opened the borders wide. They did not care about the calamity and the heartache and the death, frankly, that it caused of American citizens, because it was a power play. They wanted to turn these people into voters, and they want to change the outcome of the census in 5 years. This is very serious, and we're going to be dealing with the effects of this, the catastrophe for years to come. It's a terrible tragedy, and don't ever forget that that was their motive. It was for their own political gain that they put the American people in such jeopardy. Fentanyl alone is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45, and that's flowed open the border. Human trafficking, all of the atrocities. They lost hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors in the system somewhere to traffickers. All of it, they turned the other way. They could have sealed that border any moment. The president had the authority, and I asked him personally on multiple occasions. I pleaded with him. I begged Joe Biden, use your authority. And he'd look down at the floor and shuffle his shoes and say, I can't do that. Well, the American people let him know how they felt about that.
Can I ask you, now that the horse is out of the barn, Joe Biden is in Rehoboth Beach, retired, how did he seem during those moments where you were with him in person?
It was only a couple of occasions. I talked to him on the phone a few more times than that. They didn't allow me to meet with him one-on-one for probably obvious
why.
Reasons now. Yeah. But there's a, now widely reported story of something that happened, I think it was in early February of last year, when I was in the Oval Office and I asked him why he paused LNG exports. Like, Mr. President, why would you pause liquefied natural gas exports to our European allies? Because they're going to have to go to Vladimir Putin to get their needs met. And he tried to argue with me and tell me that he didn't do that. And it occurred to me in this dialogue that he genuinely did not know what he had signed. That they had put this executive order in front of him, and he didn't understand what it was. And that was a very alarming moment of realization for me. And I think the whole country knows now. But it was a dangerous time, a very perilous time for us, particularly in that last year of his administration. But thank God that President Trump is back in the White House, and we can restore that.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this room knows you, but I think the American people are still getting to know you. And I thought this was wonderful. Your son is on the boxing team at the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. How is he doing?
Well, he's bigger than his father. He's doing great. He made it to semifinals in the brigade, championship last Friday, and lost in a 1-point split decision to a young man that was 3 years older than him and had been boxing about 6 years longer, I think. So he held his own. He's been boxing for about 7 months. Okay, so
7 months and he's on the team.
Yeah. He did jiu-jitsu for a long time. He's a tough kid, but this is a different kind of.
Does he learn that from his father?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, of course.
Yes,
of course. No, he's a tough kid. He's a great kid. He takes after his mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
We are not going anywhere. We are sticking around to see who else we have here that's speaking. Some stuff I'm sure is really interesting. Here's Pam Bondi. I'm actually interested to see what she has to say. I want to see if they talk about the JFK files, the Epstein list, all that good stuff. As far as what's maybe the direction of the Attorney General.
All right, here we go. Welcome to Ted Break with Ted Cruz, live from CPAC 2025. I like this being our annual time to hang out with fun people.
Well, it is great to be back with CPAC, and I got to say, CPAC this year, there is energy, there's excitement. It turns out winning doesn't suck.
It does not.
And we have a guest. We have the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
They finally did, and I get to do it in front of all of you. So this is awesome.
Well, I always highlight this, and it was something that really, I had a positive opinion of Ted Cruz years after the 2016 election. One thing that really changed my mind about him was reading his books. If you have an opportunity to pick up any of Ted Cruz books, especially the book titled One Vote Away, you will see the magnitude of what he's done for this country behind closed doors. And I don't think it's something that's ever talked about, the work this guy has done for this country of keeping us stable in terms of having our liberties, our rights, and our freedoms still enshrined. So I really, if you guys can get yourself a copy from even a local library, just get it for free or an audible book from a local library. It's called One Vote Away. Really great read, and you'll respect the man a lot more, I think, than you already do.
Well, Pam, I will tell you that there is some good karma to being on this podcast at CPAC, because the last guest we had at CPAC was someone named J.D. Vance, and he's done all right for himself.
Yeah. He's a great man.
So, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been Attorney General 15 days.
It feels like 15 years.
I believe you. And by the way, you just got some help. An hour ago, the Senate just finished confirming.
Yes, isn't that great? Been on the phone with him nonstop.
I talked to him on the ride over here. He is going to do fantastic.
There is.
All right, let's start. 15 days. You've come into what I think is the single most important cabinet position in this administration. Because we went through 4 years of Biden weaponizing the Department of Justice, using it to attack his enemies and to support his friends. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you, you come into DOJ, you've got a mission. You've got a mission to restore integrity to the department, to end the weaponization and politicization. How do you do that? How do you get that done?
You know, the volume, Senator, what concerned me the most, it's the volume of how bad it was. And it still is. We're working on it. It's day by day by day. But we've got a team of great people. And on day one, I issued 14 executive orders. And number one is the weaponization ends, and it ends now. And that's what we did.
Let me ask you something. In the 15 days you've been there, how many DOJ employees have said something to the effect of, thank God?
A lot of them.
I believe you. Look. I spent 4 years hearing from AUSAs, assistant U.S. attorneys, hearing from FBI agents, hearing from men and women who believe in the rule of law and were horrified at the politicization of the FBI and the DOJ. And so I know for a lot of good, honorable men and women who've devoted their careers to defending the Constitution, there's a lot of gratitude that they can get back to doing their job.
Their core function, and that's thanks to Donald J. Trump getting back in office. And he gave us a clear directive, make America safe. And that's what we're going to do. And, you know, to start with the law enforcement agencies talking about cash, these men and women didn't go to Quantico. They're not risking their lives to waste their time on all this politicization and raiding Mar-a-Lago. Really? Stopping. All of that is stopping. And we are returning them to their core function, fighting violent crime. And that's what the great majority of men and women in law enforcement, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, as well as the incredible legal team at the Justice Department, that's what they want to do.
There you go. And Cash has echoed that same statement. So you could tell she's been on the phone with the guy, because that's one of his things, is saying, hey, rather than being behind a desk doing all this stuff, get out there and go fight crime. Like, that's you're the FBI. Like, go out there and actually do your job. I always say this. It's the job of the executive branch to execute the laws. Go and carry them out. Whether you like them or not, that's not up to you to decide. That is up to Congress. That is up to the American people. And so I never understood the fact of, why do we always, bitch and complain about the executive branch executing laws in the books? I complain when they don't do it, because then you have people that are burning down your cities, like we saw with Black Lives Matter way back when. And I'm surprised they haven't even started doing it again.
So let's talk about one of the most lawless aspects of the last 4 years, which was the open borders that we saw and the 12 million illegal immigrants that have come into this country. You've had just 2 weeks, but you've hit the ground running, going after the criminals, going after the murderers, going after the rapists, going after the child molesters, going after the Venezuelan gang members. Tell us, number one, what you're doing as Attorney General that is making a real difference, that is already making America safer. And number two, I understand you have some breaking news concerning my home state of Texas, which I'm particularly proud to hear.
I do. And the press release isn't even out yet.
Oh, here we go.
Joint Task Force Alpha that we elevated once we came in office. It's with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and we work hand in hand with Homeland Security. Kristi Noem is awesome.
Yep.
We all work so well together. Joint Task Force Alpha just made a huge arrest in Juarez, Mexico. They were headed to Texas, to El Paso, human smuggling. Yeah, huge. That's why we do what we do every day.
Yep.
That's why these agents risk their lives every single day.
Let's check that out really quick. We have this, well, that was a month ago. So where's the press release on it? I guess it hasn't come out yet. I'll try to find it if I can.
It's human smuggling, and a lot of children, they're saying, are safer because of this.
Let me ask you a question. President Trump, and this has made headlines on what you were just talking about, we've designated these cartels as terrorist organizations. What does that allow you to do in your job? And Kash Patel now is the head of the FBI. What is that going to give you the ability to do and to go after them?
Well, Stephen Miller is doing a great job, as we are, right? Leading this effort with all of us, Mike Waltz at DOD, we all work so, Pete Hegseth, we all work so well together, and it gives us the ability, they are a terrorist group, and it gives us the ability to go after them, more ability, anywhere in the world, and treat them as terrorists. They are terrorists. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and killing our kids, you're a terrorist, and we're coming after you.
There you go. That's clear.
300 a day is the average that are dying in this country right now. When you took this job and you hear that number and you saw the inaction from the last administration, how angry did that make you?
So angry. You know, I was state AG before I became United States Attorney General, and fentanyl was really just coming on the market. And now with this horrible open border policy just flowing across our borders and killing kids, killing adults, every single day. And it's criminal that no one was doing anything to stop it. I can't comprehend how any administration, progressive nor conservative, how any administration could tolerate that and let that happen. And it ended day one with Donald Trump when he shut that border. I was at the border back in September. I went with Laura Trump and Morgan Ortagus.
Yep. And
we were in Yuma, Arizona. And I saw firsthand, there is nothing humanitarian that was happening at that border. Nothing. They have a rape tree where they're raping women as they're coming into this country. I saw firsthand piles and piles of passports just thrown from every country you can imagine, because the Biden administration was letting you walk right in the country. If you didn't have a passport, they said they saw Asian, Chinese individuals saying, oh, we're from Cuba. So they wrote down they're from Cuba and had to let them legally walk right in under that administration. But the drugs, the trafficking, I learned a new term, disposable child. The customs, the Border Patrol agents told me that they saw a little boy and they kept recognizing the same little boy over and over and over coming in. Because if you came into our country as a family unit, they just let you walk right in.
Yep.
Well, this little child was being trafficked.
Yes.
Now, how they were getting him back to Mexico is beyond me. But they were bringing him time and time again. He wasn't their family, so who knows what happened to his parents.
Well, and I will say a number of people in the room gasped at a term you use, which unfortunately is a real term, rape tree.
Yeah.
And it's something that we're seeing, we've been seeing for the last 4 years in Texas. We've seen it in Arizona, that the cartels will go and violently rape women. They'll violently rape teenage girls, young girls, and then they will hang their underwear in the tree.
Oh, God.
And you'll find a tree down on the southern border with 10, 20 pairs of underwear as they're mocking law enforcement, saying we can do whatever we want. And for 4 years, the Biden Justice Department, they just turned a blind eye. And they facilitated it. You know, you talked about the...
This is why they're animals, man. This is why those cartels are animals. This is why they're terrorist organizations. And the Democrats won't allow them into the country. The Democrats want to allow this to happen. That's why I don't agree with Ben Shapiro and a lot of Republicans who go, well, no, there's a difference between progressive left and Democrats. No, there's not. Not anymore. No, they allow this to happen. Fucking disgusting.
Kids, so they had a policy. If you arrive with a kid, it's essentially a get out of jail free card. And so you started seeing a phenomenon that we've never seen in immigration before, which is single young men showing up with little kids. Now, that's not a normal pattern of migration, but we started seeing military-age men showing up with little boys and little girls, many of whom are physically and sexually assaulted in transit, and the same the cartels would recycle over and over and over again to bring in gang members, to bring in criminals. Now, let me ask this. What is most effective stopping the invasion at the southern border?
The border, closing our borders, which is what we've done. Donald Trump has closed our border. But now, of course, we all know we have so many of these illegal aliens fighting.
I think Craig makes a really great point. Dems don't allow it. They fully fund it, sanction it, and protect those who do it. You, sir, are correct.
Teenage men, ages 18 to 35, in our country.
Yep.
Walking around our country. And President Trump has given a strong directive on that.
How concerned are you right now about the 12 million illegal aliens who came in under Joe Biden and about the risk of terrorism of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the risk of terrorism targeting Americans across this country?
It's a huge risk, and we all know how bad it is now. And that's what Donald Trump is committed to do, is to take these people out of our country, to prosecute them, to deport them, to get them off our streets. And that's what all of these law enforcement agencies are doing. You know, Laken Riley, of course, that beautiful young woman, University of Georgia, Laken Riley is probably the most prominent name. But look how many Laken Rileys are out there. One victim is too many.
Jocelyn Nungery, Rachel Marin.
Right.
I mean, the numbers just every day. Mm-hmm. And I got to say, so already in the first 2 weeks, you've sued New York, you've sued Chicago.
You can clap for that.
These sanctuary cities that are fighting, and I've got to say, Massachusetts in particular, actually in our last podcast we talked about this, how Massachusetts continues to this day to have violent child rapist illegal immigrants who they release on the streets and they refuse to notify ICE. They refuse. These are illegal immigrants who could be deported immediately. And the Massachusetts officials take criminals who violently rape little kids.
It's insane, man. It's so insane.
Let me ask you, what is your message to a mayor, to a local official who wants to defy federal immigration law?
Well, our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next. Because we are going to get violent criminals off our street. And, you know, Senator, it's more than that. They're endangering the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. When you're hiding illegal aliens from law enforcement, you're endangering their lives.
They don't care, Pam. They don't care. They didn't even want. Remember, they wanted to abolish the police department. They're stoked to see police get harmed. The Border Patrol agents are being shot at by the cartel. That was happening under the Obama administration. The Obama administration was so batshit crazy that they sent guns, weapons to the cartels, to people in Mexico. And so that when they actually commit a crime against the Border Patrol agents or said Americans, that they could trace the guns back and find those who did it. It's called the Fast and Furious case. It's these Democrats are so just
gotta stop.
So let me ask you, 2 weeks into it, you've been at DOJ. What's your assessment? Is it as bad as you thought it would be? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's worse. Of course, it's now worse.
You inherited chaos.
Worse meaning, yeah, that department had completely lost its mission of fighting violent crime. Look what they did to President Trump. Look at the weaponization, and weaponization ended. And the deep state is very real. I think all of you in this room know that. It's very real. And people trying to undermine everything you're doing. You know, 3 weeks into it, I went in one department and found huge 20 by 20 glossies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Kamala Harris still hanging up in my office.
Some of you are asking, is this an all-day thing? Yeah, folks, we're going to be here for a while. I want to get through Pam Bondi here, and then Elon Musk is going to be next. And then I want to jump into Donald Trump's speech along with Tom Homan and Ben Shapiro. So there's going to be, I'm going to be here for a while. So like I said, if you guys want to come and go, you know, you hung out for a while, I get it. You might be tired. Hey, you're not interested. Our regular programming is going to be kicking off, you know, again, tomorrow morning. But I could either do this off stream or on stream. I figure I'll just do it on stream. But this is what I do. You guys are kind of seeing what I do off stream. I literally watched 8 hours of content, and then I'm informed, and that helps me present hopefully a better product to you guys on the regular podcast. So you're kind of hanging out with me doing research, I suppose, but I more or less get to hang out with you guys.
They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And guess what's replacing it? A very handsome photo of a man named Donald Trump.
Not the one in the hallway, right? That picture?
That one.
That one. Okay, I like that one.
That one's in replacing. But you know, I make light of that. But that's what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, he had been in office 3 weeks, and the deep state still had those pictures hanging. And to me, that's defiant. It's insubordination. Not going to happen. But you know what we said. Most people, the majority of the people, are great people who went to law school, became prosecutors, became law enforcement agents to fight crime.
You've spent your professional life as a prosecutor.
Career.
How important is it to you to go after bad guys and to get bad guys off the street and keep people safe?
It means everything. And the drug epidemic, you know, the fentanyl just flowing into our country now, the terrorists, the gangs, TDA, Transdagua, MS-13, all of the gangs who are now terrorist organizations. We've got to stop them. And that's why we do what we do. And we all have to work together. And working with Homeland Security has been great, too.
So one of the most shocking statistics from the prior administration is the number 300,000. 300,000 children that the prior administration had in custody and that they lost.
That's
that they
wild.
do not know where they are. We know that many of those children are being abused right now. Tell me about the efforts you and Homeland Security and the Trump administration, the efforts you are doing to find those children and to get them out of harm's way.
This is the side of politics that pisses me off. This is the stuff where I don't find it entertaining. This, like, warfare stuff, I don't find that entertaining. I find the bickering back and forth entertaining and how the left says stupid crap all the time. But when it results into sex trafficking, child trafficking, people dying from fentanyl, all that stuff, and, you know, guys and gals getting blown up in war from drones and shooting each other, I don't find that entertaining. You know, it drives me up a wall, man. And like I said, every time you try to talk to a Democrat about it, they run away. We've all seen it in the chat, right? How many times have you seen a lefty or a Democrat, you know, wiggle their way in here? You know, I don't know how they do it, but somehow they do it. And you ask them questions, they don't have answers, right? They run away, they get scared. Or they try to debate you on a topic in terms of immigration, try to rationalize it or get a gotcha moment. That's why I don't do too many debates. It's not about whose argument is better. It's who can win the debate. And your argument can actually be dog shit, and you can win the debate because your argument's actually bad. It's not good, but you won the debate because you got a guy that's, I got you. I pigeonholed you in so far to where, you know, now my point makes better case than your point does. I don't like debates. I like conversations. I don't like debates. I think I think there's a lot of people out there that try to do clickbait stuff. And I think, and what's sad, I'll give you a case in point, actually, like Destiny, for example. He's even openly said, I'll say whatever allows me to win the debate. It's not about his ideas and what he holds to be true, which I would find really fascinating because I think the guy's actually really sharp. And I'd be fascinated for him to write a book on what he truly believes, because I'd love to read it. That's why I don't like going on and doing TikTok in these debates, is because a lot of these people don't actually believe in the values that they're saying. They just want to win the debate. I don't know if that's an ego thing or if that's a narcissistic thing. It's very odd to me. Whereas I'll have a conversation with you, and see who's right or who's wrong. I just don't know who could be against getting rid of people that are murdering and killing your children, but they'll make an argument for it. I've seen it. I watch the TikTok stuff. I watch all the debates. I watch these psychopaths. It's freaking wild.
That's top priority, and that's Donald Trump's top priority, to find these victims and to save them. And that's what I truly can't comprehend how any administration would let that happen and not care. And that's what we're all fighting for. And, you say, when you take a job with this incredible volume, you think, how do you do it? How do you focus every day? And you do it by saying, if I can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, it's a lot more than one.
But it compounds. That's how you start off, one life.
And it is thousands and ultimately more. So I want to say something to the folks here at CPAC, which is, as many of y'all know, Ben and I do this podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got roughly 1 million unique listeners all over the country. And we do this to go around the corporate media, to go directly to the American people and to bring the truth and bring the facts. So I want to ask everyone here, many of y'all already subscribe to the pod, but I want to ask everyone here to pull out your cell phone right now. Pull out your cell phone
and subscribe to Bald Brad.
And text the word verdict, VERDICT. Text the word verdict to 24005. Again, 24005. When you text verdict to 24005, what you'll get back is a link to subscribe to the podcast. Now, if you're under 40, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, ask your kids or ask your grandkids. Although I'll say, if you're at CPAC, you're pretty hip and connected. So you may know as well if you're here at CPAC. But every Monday,
and subscribe
Wednesday,
doesn't mean it costs you money, to quote your dad.
Oh, my father points out that my dad is 85, and he said when he hears subscribe, he thinks it's a magazine subscription.
Yeah.
There's no charge. It just magically appears in your phone early in the morning on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we bring in guests like the Attorney General of the United States, and we focus on what is happening, the victories that President Trump is winning, and the news that the corporate media won't cover.
Yeah. I want to ask you...
24005.
I want to ask you a question. It's one that I've been dying to ask you, and it deals with all of the pardons that were given out from Joe Biden at the end. There were a lot that went to his family. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. There's one person he did not pardon. That would be himself. There are a lot of people that think there should be accountability. Should this be something that is looked at to see what he did while he was president?
Don't you find it very interesting that they attempted to prosecute the president for having documents in the most secure place in the world other than the White House, Mar-a-Lago, and he had the security clearance to take them? Yet Joe Biden, who had no security clearance to take them at the time, had them in his garage with his drug addict son going in and out of his garage. Yet what did they say about him?
Dude, she's feisty. If she's this feisty in person, she's she's a dagger, man. She's a rogue behind closed doors. I love it. This drug-ridden son, that addict. Hell yeah, Pam. That a girl.
Too old to prosecute.
Frail old man. But listen, Donald Trump and I have not talked about that at all. This is not about targeting. This is what they do to us. This is not about targeting. This is not about weaponization. This is about keeping America safe and going forward.
Nah, I'm tired of that shit. Go after him. No, I've said it. They're the ones that ruined it, right? They opened this door. Go after him. I don't care. I'm so done playing nice with these Democrats, these progressive left. I don't care at all. Weaponization, they started it. Go after him full blown. I don't care, Pam. No. The cutesy time's over. That fun and game's all over. They are the ones that ruined it. So we should wield it. Go after him full blown.
And prosecuting violent criminals. If you committed a crime in this country, no one is above the law. I will say that. No one is above the law.
So Pam, the media are going crazy about New York Mayor Eric Adams and the charges that were dismissed against him.
So glad you brought that up.
Tell us what the story is, what happened there, and why were the charges dismissed?
Sure. And Emil, who has done an incredible job, he worked on this case. He looked at this case. It was an incredibly weak case filed to make deportation harder. That's why they did it. They took one of the biggest mayors in the country off the playing field in order to protect their sanctuary city. This case, it was so incredibly weak. It was about increases in airline tickets, upgrades in airline tickets in his official capacity, without getting into all the details of the fact. I don't even think it could survive a verdict. Excuse me. Incredibly weak case. That is the weaponization of government.
That's lawfare.
That's lawfare. When you're filing cases like that to keep someone who criticized Joe Biden, who said they took away his security clearance, so he could not get the details, so he could not help enforce the deportation efforts in New York. And you know, these people are going after him. Ride a subway in New York. It's not safe.
Yep.
Violent crime is at an all-time high, and that's what they're doing. So it's not about weaponization, it's about ending their weaponization of the government and fighting violent crime and enabling cities like New York and mayors like Eric Adams to enforce Donald Trump's immigration policies.
I want to ask you, and go back to something you said a moment ago. We were talking about cartels, and they have been able to set up networks, and we see this coming up now more often, where they're controlling states and cities and states and the entire flow. And they've been able to do this and set it up without having to worry that anyone's going to stop them. We're seeing this not on border states, but all over the country, this network. At what point do we get to start dismantling that? How long does that take? How much time is that going to take? Because they've been here for quite some time with the last administration.
Yeah, there's a lot I can't talk about now. But very publicly, I think you've seen a lot happen. A lot is happening every day. Our great men and women in law enforcement are out there. It's a joint effort with our office and with Kristi Noem. And again, we all work so well together, whether it's Mike Waltz, Pete.
Y'all are friends. I think people don't understand this. Like, this is a group in this administration, and you and I have talked about this on the show. You guys are friends. Like, y'all know each other before you got here. How important are those relationships that you say, hey, I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. I got your back. Let's go to work.
Vital and crucial. And Mike Waltz and Kristi, we're on the phone with each other all the time. And to change the topic just a little bit, just to give you an example, Lee Zeldin, a dear friend of mine.
Great guy.
On President's Day.
Running the EPA now.
EPA, Lee Zeldin, great administrator of EPA. I'm on the phone hours with Scott Besson, our Secretary of Treasury, and Lee Zeldin. And, you know, we've seen, thanks to Elon Musk, my buddy's great work.
Yep.
And it's been reported, look what they're doing at EPA. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but they're giving out billions of dollars after Joe Biden lost the election, trying to push this money out the door.
Virtually shoveling cash out the windows.
Yeah, it's crazy.
As they said, gold bars.
Yeah.
Let's throw all the gold bars off the ship.
Yep.
Wow.
And we're stopping them. We're stopping them in real time. We're going after them. But it's because we all pick up the phone and we talk directly to each other. So we're able to work together, you know, talk to Marco Rubio and look at the men like Steve Witkoff out there, Rick Grinnell, what they're doing working with Marco and Mike Waltz and all the people that they're saving around the world. And that's thanks to one man, Donald Trump. He put all of us in these positions because he believes in us and trusts us.
The consistent thread of the cabinet nominees is that you're all change agents. You all came in with a mission, and it is...
I think Q's right here on this one. And I think both George and Q bring up a great point. So George says, how come no one has been arrested? And Q says, I've convinced myself we're waiting for cash, but also Trump's been in office a month. I actually agree with both of you. I think there's going to be arrests, and I think we are waiting for cash. Because remember, you look at Christopher Wray, you look at that other whack job, I forgot his name, that was before him that wasn't willing to prosecute Hillary Clinton. I think we're waiting for cash, and I think we finally got him in. So good to see you, Randy. Things are going well.
Listen, there has never been a first month of any presidency in the history of the United States of America like the last 30 days.
That's right.
Amen.
And I'll tell you, I have had great joy turning to my Democrat colleagues in the Senate and just deadpanning, well, 3 years and 11 months to go. And they literally start twitching. They have facial tics that they cannot suppress.
Yeah.
But, all right, Pam, one of the things that people like about this podcast that we try to do is we try to bring people behind the scenes to actually understand what's going on behind closed doors. So tell us about your first day as Attorney General. You're confirmed, and like day one, when you get sworn in, just walk everyone through what day one of being Attorney General of the United States is like.
You go nonstop, and I jokingly said it felt like 15 years because you're working 7 days a week nonstop. And we're all working with each other, and everything we do, it overlaps, and especially with the Department of Justice, especially too with all this money going out, the USAID, all of these agencies, and we're going to be helping all these agencies, but you just hit the ground running, literally, and don't look back. I don't look at what time of day it is. I don't think I've slept in 15 days, but you don't want to. And then when you find out about this human trafficking ring that was just broken up, that's why we're all doing what we're doing. And you just keep going forward. And our directive from our boss is so easy, especially on my end: make America safe. And so you just don't, Senator. You don't even, my hardest thing now is I forget to eat. You forget what time it is, and it's 6 o'clock at night, and why do I have a headache? Because I haven't eaten today. But you're going nonstop. And it's not me, it's an entire team. I've got Chad Mizell, I've got Emil, I've got Todd Blanche, thank goodness, coming in, and we've got Kash Patel now, so they better look out.
There you go. We got Kash in.
How nice is it to have a boss by the guy by the name of Donald J. Trump, who just lets you do your job?
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of presidents in the past that have really tried to keep their thumb on people. It seems like he's saying, go. And go get it done and call me when you need me.
He has trusted all of us in all of our various capacities and all the different roles we have, whether it's education or agriculture, all the cabinet, labor, all of the different cabinet secretaries, just to go out and do the best we can. And we want to make all of you proud. And we want to fulfill his directive to make our country great. That man sure didn't need that job. He's a good friend of mine.
Yep.
And I love during my confirmation hearing when they get on me because they say I'm friends with Donald Trump. Yes, I'm no, I'm not friends with him. I'm good friends with him, and I'm very proud to work for him.
Me too, Samantha, me too.
When you look at weaponization and politicization, part of it is using it to attack your political opponents, and we've seen 4 years of that under Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Another part of it is turning the other way at your political allies and refusing to enforce the law against them. And I think one of the most egregious examples we've seen over the last 2 years is the rising anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Amen.
The violent protesters and rioters, many of whom are not students, are not affiliated with the universities, and they are threatening students. You look at Columbia University, the Orthodox rabbi there sent out an email to the Jewish students on campus and said, do not come to campus because the university cannot and will not keep you safe.
That's crazy.
And the Biden Justice Department did nothing. They investigated nobody. They didn't follow the money. They didn't indict anyone. They didn't prosecute anyone. And they did not enforce Title VI of the civil rights laws, which say that if you are tolerating harassment on the basis of ethnicity or religion, that you will have your federal funds cut off. How is the Department of Justice different today? And what will your approach be to anti-Semitism and threats of violence directed against Jewish students on campus or any other students on campus?
This is a great question. Also a great question by Pat. How is it that we've been live for 2 hours over at Rumble? There's 50 people plus watching. We only have 14 likes. Hit that like button, folks. That thumbs up button. It doesn't cost you a dime. Very helpful. And then if you're over at YouTube, smash that like button as well. It does support us, and it forces basically the algorithm to send our video out there to new viewers who haven't seen our content or our channel. And if you're new here, we'd love for you to subscribe. We do a live podcast, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time each and every day, where we go over a bunch of different news articles. Today, we're kind of just recapping CPAC to see what was said, what substances here. And sometimes you find that needle in a haystack, that gem within these speeches and these conversations.
We have an October 7th task force that we started, and we will protect you. When I was just a citizen before I had this job, what you said, I'm watching these aren't peaceful protests. We all believe in peaceful protest. I'm sorry, unless you're a liberal and you don't want a parent to quietly pray outside an abortion clinic, or you're a Catholic, or a parent at a school board, they're going to call you a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But I'm screaming at my TV watching these violent protests, you know, the last, since October 7th, you're watching this happen, and all of our students deserve to be safe. And first of all, these students who are here on visas, who are threatening our American students, need to be kicked out of this country.
Oh, baby! Oh, that movie!
It
There you go!
is refreshingly simple to have an attorney general who has the approach that you're going to follow the law and enforce the law.
I got goosebumps.
And that sadly has been missing for the last 4 years.
Oh, longer than that.
It's pretty basic, isn't it?
It should not be complicated.
Wow. That was awesome. They should be kicked out of here. Yeah.
Let me ask you, what keeps you up at night? What scares you in the first 2 weeks in this job?
Pretty much everything. I don't sleep at night anymore. Of course, everything we talked about, the drugs, the cartels, maybe I'll get a little sleep tonight based on the arrests that were just made, the children that are being trafficked, things that have been so personal to me since I was a state prosecutor and then since I was state attorney general. Now you just get to help people on a bigger level, which is pretty cool to get to do that. But most recently, it's really been what Elon has been uncovering, and the U.S. aid, the waste at EPA, this money, trillions of dollars, they believe, just being handed out, which is most likely making a round trip ticket and going to terrorist organizations.
And you are on the front line of defending the president and Elon Musk and Doge and all the effort they're doing. And every day we are seeing Democrat attorneys general and Democrat interest groups suing the president, suing Elon Musk, suing the federal government, and the Department of Justice is on the front lines. And sadly, we're seeing left-wing activist judges, individual district court judges issuing nationwide injunctions. Tell us about what it's like defending against those lawsuits, and give us your thoughts on the authority of one radical district judge to try to run the executive branch and issue a nationwide injunction.
2 words: we're winning. But yeah, so you've got one.
I like that answer.
One unelected district judge trying to tell President Trump, who was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, where federal funds can go. We're winning. Even in liberal courts, by the way, Senator, we're winning. And if not, we're going to go all the way to the Supreme Court and keep winning.
Well, Pam, let me say, you and I have been friends a long time. I am thrilled with the job you're doing.
So that's the end of that segment there. And then I believe up next is going to be Elon Musk here. And I'm curious to see what he has to say about Doge and the spending. And a shout out to the Daily Wire for, I don't want to say they're letting us use their content, but we're live streaming their content right now. So I want to make sure I plug them. That's who the source is that we're using. The CPAC source was, at the end of the day, was kind of glitchy. So their stream's really great. Here's Elon Musk.
Stay up for 1 second. Hey guys. We've got one more surprise in case this wasn't enough. I'm going to let Elon do it.
Who else is here?
Well, President Milei has a gift for me.
Javier Milei from Argentina. You guys know who that is, right? Why don't we bring him out?
Yeah. Thank you. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
I just realized that's brass knuckles on the side of it. I didn't see that. That's a pretty cool chainsaw.
That's cool. All right.
I love it. Mr. President, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. I love it. We love it. We love it.
All right.
They told me to put this right
Where should we put it?
They want it right here.
All right, great.
A little stage prop.
All of you guys too. Thanks, guys.
Have a seat.
So,
Hey, what's going on, Candy? It's good to see you.
That was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
You're like, I think you're bigger.
I mean, Doge started out as a meme. Think about it. And now it's real. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
But it's cool.
Let me ask you this. A year ago, if someone had told you you'd be at CPAC and working with the president to absolutely shred the government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it, would you have ever believed that?
No.
No? Me neither.
But it's cool. This is awesome. And I just want to say, thanks for your support. I mean, you guys are, So, I mean, we're trying to get good things done, but also, have a good time doing it, and and have like a sense of humor, So, I mean, the left wanted to make comedy illegal, Like you can't make fun of anything. So there's like comedy sucks. It's like nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like legalize comedy.
What's going on, Jeff?
Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture in just the last few months. The whole culture of this country has shifted dramatically just because of that election.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Freedom of speech, having fun again. It seems like we should have a good time, I
mean, it's a great time. Everybody in this place is so excited, and when you talk to conservatives, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And everybody feels this great sense of relief because we were going to hell for about 4 years. It really felt bad.
Yeah.
Especially toward the end, it felt really bad.
Yeah, I thought we were sort of heading for a point of no return, really.
Yep. Yeah. Me too.
That's why it was so essential that President Trump win the election, and that there be a Republican majority in the House and Senate, which, thanks to you, that has been accomplished.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to ask you, one of the biggest questions I have for you is, you've been, politically, you weren't really on one side or the other for a long time. You're a businessman. A lot of people, they stay away from it. Now you're on a side, and you've chosen a side. You're sitting here in a MAGA hat. What's it, how did that happen? What was the moment
it's dark Gothic MAGA.
That's a good one.
We got a MAGA hat here.
Was there a specific moment? Was there a moment that it all changed?
Yeah, when I realized I was a fool. But no, I was, I guess, I'd say I was politically neutral for quite a while. Leaning a little Democrat.
How do you go from that to this?
Yeah,
How does that happen?
Well,
did they go crazy?
Yeah, they did go crazy.
Yeah, they went crazy.
No, I mean, that whole cancel culture and it's trying to stop freedom of speech and infringe upon, just in general, infringe upon people's personal freedoms. They just want state control of what you say. They want to, take away your guns. And the reason they want to take away your guns, so like there's nothing you do to oppose them. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of like, I just like we just need to restore the fundamental elements of what made America great, which is freedom and opportunity.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of these freedoms disappearing in the West. It's not just about America. We're all watching Europe and knowing that they're about 50, 100 years ahead of us, right? Because they got an early start. And we're watching how they're devolving. And you're trying to save it from happening here.
No, I mean, in Europe, they put people in prison for memes.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's insane.
And they're collapsing. I mean, this society it's a collapsing society. It feels that way.
It feels like...
France was nicer 50 years ago than it is today.
Yeah.
I don't think you can question that.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, really... Thanks. I love you too.
They do
I really just wanted to do useful things, like basically build products, provide products and services that are good, and that I wasn't really like that interested in being political. It just like there was at a certain point no choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you on the same side of that coin, what's it like from going neutral to being vilified, largely vilified by the media? Like
what? No. Really?
I mean, you turn on some of these channels, brother. I mean, they're angry at you. Does it bother you at all? Does it get to you? Yeah.
I mean, when they're chanting for my death, I suppose that's a little,
not good.
But then, like, the song's not even that good, and it's like you call that a death chant?
I love when you get trolls in the chat. They have no substance, just nothing at all. Let me see if I could pop the live chat out real quick so we could show everybody the trolls. Here's the guy. Okay, can anyone help remember when is the last time a president criticized an ally for defending themselves against an invasion? Yeah, I got it. I see it. Yeah. What's more real, Doge's supposed savings or the Loch Ness monster? It's weird how we went from the conspiracy theorists, but look how they're just... Do you know how you have to type that fast and how rage you have to be? It's crazy, right? You have a Democrat here, and I love this when they come in because it just shows exactly what's going on. They're losing their crap over a guy that's saving them money. This is how stupid these people are. And I love it because there's no greater time right now than to separate yourself from these Democrats and make yourself on top. Do you take calls? No, there's no need. We're seeing you right now, man. There's no see. Oh, sorry. Well, what do you call yourself? A progressive? That's a Democrat still nowadays. I'm not a Democrat. Oh, I'm gonna have some fun with this really quick because this is giving me just a lot of ammo. We had friends and allies around the world based on alliances and relationships. You mean the same people that took our money but don't want to carry our values? What kind of friendship is that? Your friendships friends don't take your money and then do bad things with it that end up harming you. Like basically taking your money and then giving it to a bunch of terrorist organizations and that don't even carry your value and then having it brought back here. Yeah, I don't think so. And relationships that were built over many decades. In 1 month, Trump has torched them all. Now our friends are Putin. Not a bad friend to have is Vladimir Putin, so he doesn't create wars. The crypto scammer in Argentina and the guy in El Salvador offering in mercenary prisons. This is a person who wants to run free. So what do you believe in, Trump? What do you believe in? Trump eats shite? Look at this guy. Why is this? You're not in the cult. You're therefore a libtard. You notice they haven't said anything, right? They're going against, they're Trump derangement syndrome. Look how much this person's typing. It's crazy. I've always wanted a ketamine addicted foreigner to start deleting entire sections of government because he can't regulate his emotions or integrate with society. They just say things. They don't know what they're saying. They just spout a bunch of crazy crap. You know, there's no like policy in there. There's nothing. It's just a bunch of like basically name calling, just going after people. There's no actual sustenance to anything. Our friends and allies are furious. Our enemies are thrilled. Prices are going up. Prices were going up under Biden. 401ks are going down. No, they're not. Actually, 401ks are still going up. Jobs will be lost. But as long as the libs are upset, the MAGA cult is happy. Well, I mean, that is true. Yeah, we love when libs are upset, kind of like yourself. We're just eating this up right now. We're having a great time. As you can tell, dude, we're having a fabulous time that you're in here. One, thank you for joining us. And second, I think we all get to partake in this greatness of how insane you are. No, I don't think our allies are furious. A lot of them are actually coming out and excited that Donald Trump is back. I mean, Japan was just here. India was just here. These people don't know anything. India was actually stoked the fact that, hey, you're getting rid of illegal immigrants. Yes, bring them back to our country. They don't belong here because they're illegal. The guy was talking about making India great again. What are you talking about? What are you telling us? 78 years plus stress plus no exercise plus no world's diet. Donnie's day is coming sooner rather than later. Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, but we appreciate your Trump derangement syndrome. And thank you for just bringing awareness to just how insane the Democrats have gotten. What's got the most kids and baby mamas, Trump, Hegseth, or Musk? MAGA family values. He's trying to take, or she's trying to take a jab at the fact that this guy has a bunch of baby mamas, which is not a good thing, by the way. Not a good thing. But yeah, you see these people in here. Just a complete waste of time. Writing some stuff at the beginning. We might as well check that out really quick. Look, we're going to be here for a while, so I might as well have a little bit more fun with these progressives here. It's tough to like do a rant because they're just like basically name calling, right? It's like, oh, you're part of a cult, or oh, our allies don't like us. It's like our allies love us. They're so willing to take our money and take our security. But like I said, Japan was just here. He said the Japanese people were super stoked about having Donald Trump back in office. I mean, everybody's, that's why everybody's around the world, right? Sports and whatnot, doing the MAGA dance, Trump dance. So it's just, well, Musk numerous times has shown support for the neo-Nazi in Germany, but doing a side hit, see what they do. I told you they're not actually able to separate things, and you're seeing it in real time. And I'm grateful that this person's in here because they're not able to actually take the context of what he did about taking his heart and throwing it out to the people. He's not able to do that, or she's not able to do it. We don't know if it's a he or she. Could be both. Hell, we don't know. Could be a furry. But this is what they do. Oh yeah, Canada and Western Europe are just thrilled with us. No, they really are. Hey, Shib's actually right there. Hey, Shib, why don't you go ahead and let the person know, a guy from Ukraine, a guy from Ukraine, supporting like Ukraine, guy from United Kingdom. Why don't you let him know how much you love us, Shib, and how a lot of the United Kingdom fellas love the Bald Brad Show. Like, Trump didn't choose RFK Jr. because he thought he was the best person for the job. RFK keeps saying today, Trump trashed him repeatedly last year, but Trump's internal polling. Trump trashes everybody, you idiot. Like, what the fuck? Ted Cruz was literally just on stage, and he trashed Ted Cruz and went after Ted Cruz's wife. All right, I think we've had enough fun. Enough fun with this guy. We'll move on.
That's nothing. Please.
They've been singing a lot lately.
It's not even good music.
Yeah. There's a lot of music lately. It's not good music either. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say that watching what you're doing with Doge is just people love it. I mean, I've always looked at the government and I've always looked at the government and I've seen this big machine and you just know that they waste because they don't care. Nobody cares. There's more money coming. They don't care.
Yeah.
You're cutting all this out. Everybody in this country knows that the government is full of.
They have more accounts. Look, Big Daddy Trump will take care of us. Just buy some Trump crypto and Trump Bible. And God, the Trump derangement syndrome is insane, man. Just insane.
Waste, fraud, and abuse. And you're doing the work, and the Americans love it. Watching their reaction politically to this, I can't believe how bad they are at responding to this. I don't know how you're going to sit there and scream and complain because they're cutting waste out of the government and try to win another election. How do you try to win on that?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure how much of the left is even real.
Yeah.
You know?
How much was propped up by our money?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like literally, you see like these sort of fake rallies where there's like hardly any people, and the media will like frame it and like, get all 6 people, in the frame.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with having them there for a bit, but they just keep coming in, which is kind of crazy how many accounts they must have. But the Trump derangement syndrome runs really deep with these people. I mean, it is bonkers.
Frame, there's like nobody else is there. Like just it doesn't have popular support. But then you learn that like there's hundreds of billions of dollars going to these so-called NGOs.
Yeah.
And it's your tax dollars that are funding things that are fundamentally anti-American.
And they're propping up their narrative.
Yes.
A lot of that government money has been propping up a left that I don't think is as strong as they made it seem.
In fact, a massive amount of your tax dollars is going to legacy media companies.
Yes.
Directly from the government.
The government wants to take over media.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. That's why we have X.
Yeah, and
isn't it funny that they call us a cult, but yet they need legacy media and taxpayer dollars to puppet up their cult and their ideology, which is completely fabricated and made up and bought and paid for by the taxpayers maliciously? But we're the crazy ones, you guys. We're the conspiracy theorists. Like, their whole party's ideology is completely fabricated. And the things that aren't fabricated are purely evil. Democrat Party is a party of slavery. They're the party of the Klan. Their ideology keeps people on a metaphorical plantation. The party is they're party of illegal immigration. They're the party of sex trafficking. They're the party of trying to trans and lop off your kids' genitals. They want to molest your children. That is that party. It's crazy. They love children, man. That's why you see people come in there with like their names are like anal beads and all this weird stuff. It's because they're into like sex and all that weird stuff with children. And that's why they keep coming in here. If you're not over at Rumble, they keep coming in the chat. It's just very odd behavior, very sadistic. It's very weird.
That's why you spent $44 billion. I mean, that's a lot of money.
I mean,
more than it was probably worth. But there was a message.
Freedom is priceless.
Priceless. Yeah. Probably one of the most important investments this country's ever seen. If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, "Well, that proves he's a huge idiot from he voted for whatever $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents." And
it's not worth 8 cents.
But there's that. But it was essentially to by freedom of expression.
Once that's gone, it's all over.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Yeah.
Into tyranny is really quick after that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's all the sort of federal money going to media companies is what helps explain why the legacy media all says the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, isn't it like, it's like weird, like you put them up where it's like, like when
they're mouthpieces for
the state.
For the state.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
And that's what we've
It's completely fake.
Yeah.
It's scary.
And I like that meme where they're, because they're always saying like threat to our democracy, but if you just replace democracy with bureaucracy, it makes a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Big threat to the bureaucracy.
That's exactly right. Let's talk about these Doge dividend checks that everybody's talking about this week. And I know you tweeted out that you're going to. Does everybody want like a $5,000 check in the mail? It sounds kind of good, right? And the best part about it would be,
unless you're Democrat or like these nut jobs that keep coming into the chat that are progressive lefties just with Trump derangement syndrome, they should not get checks because they think this is not real. They think it's all fake. Yeah. So we're doing something right, folks. You see, when you keep getting a bunch of lefties in the chat over at Rumble or on YouTube, you know you're doing something right. That means you're telling truth, because evil will always come out when you're telling truth. And you expose them and they start spazzing out. They start shaking. It's really crazy. And they start giving you death threats and they start going after Donald Trump and all these other things. They're really, really crazy people. It's awesome. We should find out where they're coming from, though. I don't know. Maybe one of these days you could get an internship as a coffee maker. Okay. Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from? Who? I don't even know who this is. Just, you notice you come in different names. Like, are you a podcaster? Like, what do you do? Let's see if they'll answer, because they can't answer questions, right? You know that, guys. We've seen this time and time again. They can't answer questions. So we'll put them back up. Where are you coming from? Let's see if this person's a podcaster. No, not literally where you live, you idiot. Where, like, are you coming from somewhere? Like, what's going on here? Let's give them a second. They have to think. It's a difficult question. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? Is basically it. Are you coming from a podcast? You're just an average Joe person? Yeah, I mean, they have to create different names, which is bonkers that they're willing to do that so many times. But sometimes, so what happens sometimes, you guys, is like you'll have a podcaster that's doing a show, and then they'll have like their fans come in or whatever, like create an account. They'll try to like trash you or whatever. But you notice they can't answer questions. Yeah, see, it's just a stupid one. How many times have we seen this, right? This will go out to like 20,000 people, which is great. Because he goes, oh, you only have 60 people watching, but the idiot doesn't realize we have like 70,000+ subscribers. But they can't answer questions. So I know I repeat myself and I do this a lot, but if you notice, you ask them a simple question, like, where are you coming from? Like, who are you? But you notice they won't even put their real name on here, because this is what like Antifa does, the Democrat Party, the left. It's basically no different online than what they do in real life, is they cover up their real name. This person just goes, I'm from New Jersey, which is the armpit of America. But it's just they can't answer. The question's so stupid that they actually can't answer it. Yeah. No, you didn't. You didn't even tell us what party you're with. You didn't even put your real name in the chat. Let's do that. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they'll put their real name in there. I guarantee you won't. Let's see. Let's see if they can do it. There you go. Yeah, they can't do it. All right, we'll get rid of them. Can't do it. Here we go.
Knowing where it came from, that's $5,000 that you sent them last year.
Totally. It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you.
That's what I love about politics. Those types of people, you guys, that's what gets me going. You know what I mean? I love it. I get like the enjoyment factor, and getting to troll them and mess with them is like the best thing ever. I'm awake.
That's awesome.
I love it.
Does it seem like, have you talked to
that's like glorious. That's like
it's the best.
The spoils of battle, you know?
I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So, I talked to the president, he's supportive of that. And so it sounds like, that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reach out to Dylan over at Rumble, and I'm going to have him trace back actually all these accounts. That's what I'll have him do. So before I end, I'll screenshot each one of these, and he'll just backtrack it to the person with the account. That'll be dope. I'll have him do that. I'm going to hit him up right now.
I think they fired 6,000 people at the IRS today.
Yeah.
And I think Lutnick said last night that they're talking about shutting down the IRS. And I think it's fair. I think people should realize this is, the amount of money that we send Washington, like $5 or $6 trillion a year. That is such an ungodly amount of money. What do they say? They say like 1 trillion seconds is like 30 years or something like that. That's how much we send them, and they seem to never have enough. There must be a lot you can cut.
No, absolutely. People ask me, what's the most surprising thing that you've encountered when you go to D.C., when you're in D.C.? And I said, well, the most surprising thing is the scale of the expenditures, and actually how easy it is to, when you add caring and competence where it was absent before, you can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And then they scoff at it and say, oh, a few billion here or there. The way they're talking about it, you can see they don't care. It's such little money compared to how much they're used to wasting. That's what's really scary.
Exactly. But obviously, it just shows that they really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they say, oh, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people,
Yeah, I think it does
what
too.
Are you talking about?
Absolutely.
I'd like to have it.
Some of that money is just life-changing for people. Pay down the credit cards, get rid of the debt, kind of have a fresh start. And some people, their credit card debt isn't astronomical, but if you're a married couple, that's $5,000, that's $10,000. You could really get a good head start and kind of chisel away and start really making some progress on whatever debt you may have.
Let me ask you a question. I know the president fairly well, watched him survive 2 assassination attempts. Had the first one not happened, the second one would have gotten him. It was very, because without those extra guys, they would have never seen that gun poking through the fence at the golf course. I saw the crew that you
Isn't it like mind-blowing that this has happened? I mean, it just... And what, by the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on? Cash is going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, yeah. Woo.
I love it. I love it.
Confirmed just a couple hours ago, but I saw that the security detail that you had come in is enormous.
Well, it's not that enormous. Maybe it should be bigger. I don't know.
I think you could probably afford it. But I mean, how concerned are you about your safety? Dealing, I mean, you are a wanted man. Are you nervous?
So, look, I'm open to ideas for improving security, I have to tell you. I don't actually have a death wish, I think.
Yeah, or pay down their student loans, exactly.
But it's not that easy. Yeah. I mean, but I have I've had even people like President Bukele from El Salvador who managed to put in prison I don't know 100,000 murderous thugs. And he was he called me. He's like, I'm worried about your security. I'm like, you're worried about my security? I'm like, what? Okay. That's
I mean, talk about guts to do that down there. I mean,
yeah, totally,
and survive.
I was like, how did you put all those thugs in prison without dying? Because it seems like that would have been not easy,
Well, there's the president has one of his top attorneys is now investigating, I guess, Chuck Schumer for threats against SCOTUS, a congressman on the Democrat side, who's saying, basically saying we're going to bring a war to you, like a fight to you. I mean, the rhetoric. You guys are screwing with things that are not supposed to be messed with. And
we're fighting the Matrix.
There's a lot of people that really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we're fighting the Matrix big time here. But it's got to be done.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
It certainly does. What's going on with? Tell us about Fort Knox.
Yeah.
It's Kentucky. It's a military base. It's a ton of gold, tons and tons and tons of gold.
5,000 tons of gold or something.
Shib brings up a great point. Even if you took a call, it would simply be them screeching over the phone with no context to anything said. Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Thousands of gold are there in the ground and this. I mean, it's
like
very
secure.
We all want to see it.
I'd love to see it.
This is your gold, by the way. It's the public's gold.
Do you think it's not there?
I don't know. But I think
you just want to see it.
Yeah, we want to go see it and just make sure somebody did spray paint some lead or something,
Yeah.
Is this real gold? Buy at the bar,
Didn't dent.
But I think honestly, part of this also is just let's have some fun and like I said, all this gold at Fort Knox, it's the public's gold. It's your gold. So, I think you have, a right to see it.
You want to take a tour?
Yeah. I think we should have do a tour. And then the president last night was like, I think he's in favor of it. That would be cool. And then it should be a live tour. You can see what's going on, open the door, what's behind it.
Well, and there's...
I think I'd watch that.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah.
I mean, what does 5,000 tons of gold look like?
What does
How
it
big
look
is
like?
that? Is it the size of this?
It's got to be pretty big,
It's got to be a lot of
gold.
gold.
Maybe there's some other stuff in there, just walk around, I don't know, maybe they got some other stuff in there.
Are you thinking about auditing the Federal Reserve as well, which is obviously...
Yeah, sure.
Regulates our economy. I imagine you think the waste has got to be everywhere.
Yeah, no, waste is pretty much everywhere. People ask, how can you find waste in D.C.? I'm like, look, it's like being in a room... and this target, the wall, the roofs, and the floor are all targets. So it's you're going to close your eyes and go shoot in any direction.
Yeah, you're going to hit something.
Because you can't miss.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's pretty wild. You just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars. Just a little bit, It's wild.
It's scary, isn't it?
It's what the left is saying, right? Oh, you can only save 0.007% of the budget. What difference is it going to make? Well, just because let's say it doesn't make a difference, which it's going to, right? It's still, why would you throw money away? What kind of thinking is that? That's Democrat thinking for it. It's the progressive left thinking for it. It's bonkers, man.
That's why I say it really is underrated. If you add caring and competence, how much things improve.
Yeah.
And we just find so many totally crazy things, which we're sharing with the public. We post everything we learn. So you can see it, What do you? It's isn't it it's been totally wild? We did just we just did like check the database on Social Security. Like it says, how many alive Americans eligible for Social Security are there? And according to the database, it's over 400 million. And we're like, wait a second.
And how many are getting?
How old are they again?
Yeah.
And then like we found like one person in there is like 360 years old. I'm like, what, they know Ben
100
Franklin
years
or
before the
something?
revolution. Yeah.
You know, America didn't exist before at that time. Like, so
yeah, we were colonies.
You know, maybe it's just me, but I think it's a red flag. I don't know.
But are there indications that that there were checks going to those people or any of those people?
Well, yeah.
That's, I guess, the question, right? I mean, I get the Social Security Administration is dumb, but are they paying these people? Are they that dumb? I don't know.
A bunch of money is going out from the Social Security Administration, and in fact, from all entitlements programs.
$72 billion in waste in like 7 years.
That's crazy.
It's $10 billion a year.
Well,
that's
I think
bonkers.
Fraudulent payments.
The rough estimate from Government Accountability Office is over $500 billion of fraud a year. $500 billion.
And how long at a time?
Per year.
Per year? On Social Security?
No, on all
on all government.
On all entitlements.
All entitlements.
All entitlements, yeah. It sort of actually makes sense when you look at the thing from a top level and say, like, okay, the $7 trillion of spending by the government, what percentage do you think is fraudulent?
That's a good question.
Okay, exactly.
A lot of it.
Like a conservative estimate of the $7 trillion would be 10%. Conservative.
Probably a little higher than that, yeah.
Exactly.
Feels like a quarter out of every
dollar. A lot of it is mostly
waste. If the fraud's only 10% of $7 trillion, you've got $700 billion of fraud.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's like really easy to take advantage of the federal government. It's very easy.
Very easy. Look at COVID.
Yes.
Everybody got rich during COVID. I mean, look at all these scammers. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It looks like, in terms of the COVID payments, there was something like $200 billion of COVID payment fraud taken by fraudsters out of the country.
Out of the country, yeah.
That's like I think, listen, if there's going to be fraud, it should at least be domestic. Yeah. So, you know.
Hey, you ain't wrong.
But they managed to get $200 billion out of the country. I'm like, what?
You ain't wrong.
Notice that?
Let me ask you, let's do immigration here for a second. You know, there's this move now that Trump's latest thing is that he's going to cut funding, any kind of money that ends up in the hands of illegal immigrants. So if you're funding these sanctuary cities and states, that's how they thrive, right? They're paying for these hotels. That's all federal money. If you got a hotel in your city, in New York, you got all these hotels full of migrants, that's not state money. That's the feds are covering that. He's going to cut all that. It's really hard to deport 15 million people. And it seems like the move now is, let's see if we, especially at the rate that we're going, it seems like the move now is, let's make it so that they leave on their own. If there's no longer a dole system for them, if they can't get their hands on hotel rooms and money, they're going to go back, especially if there's no work.
Well, I think it's really important for people to understand that the Biden administration sent any possible money that they could if there was money they could send to facilitate and amplify illegal immigration, they sent it.
Yeah.
Okay. They took money from FEMA, meant for helping Americans in distress, and sent that money to luxury hotels for illegal immigrants in New York. That is an outrage.
Yeah, it's wild.
They actually did that. And not only that, even after the president signed an executive order saying it has to stop, the FEMA, the sort of whatever deep state bureaucrats still pressed send on $80 million last week to go to the Roosevelt Hotel in New York and other places last week.
So insane.
And now they're mad that it got stopped, and they're like trying to sue to have it be restored. It's like the gumption is.
You think they're creating a new voter?
This is what happens when you let the Democrat Party kind of have like free reign for a while. They just start throwing your money out the window, and then when you start trying to save them money, they're thinking it's like ass backwards, right? It's all twisted. It's like wires crossed. And now you get somebody in here that's speaking logic, and they're all confused. I mean, that's what Trump derangement syndrome does to these people.
Classes, would you think that was the goal when they opened up the borders for 4 years? Create a new voter class, get them citizenship, get them in, green cards, vote.
A lot of these things, like you don't actually have to assume some grand conspiracy. You just need to look at basic incentives.
Benefits.
So if the incentives, fundamentally, if the probability that an illegal is going to vote Democrat at some point, whether it's cheating, but eventually they can become citizens. But if the probability is like 80, 90%, you just look at California, which is supermajority Dem.
There you go.
And then the incentive is to maximize the number of illegals in the country. That is why the Biden administration was pushing to get in as many illegals as possible and spend every dollar possible to get as many, because every one of them is a customer. Every one of them is a voter.
Yeah.
And so the whole thing was a giant voter importation scam.
Pretty obvious.
Very obvious.
Yeah.
And then moreover, then they actually created the CVP1 voter app thing, where they were, which is like where they would literally fly people in. It's not like like at the point at which people are being flown in at your expense,
sending planes,
building a
pick
wall.
people up,
doesn't
fly
matter.
them over the border.
Yeah, they're literally flying them in.
No other country in the world would do something like this.
Nope.
Nobody is this stupid.
Yeah, and then we found that
exactly, keyword, nobody's this stupid. Unless you're a Democrat or a progressive lefty, then you are.
It was like $100 million contract given to some guy in London, actually, oddly enough, for the CVP1 app. So they're flying illegals into the swing states.
Yeah.
And if you've got like a margin of victory of maybe 20,000 people, and you fly 200,000 illegals into that state, it's not going to be a swing state for long.
Exactly.
Change the numbers eventually. Maybe in 4 or 8 years, you're talking about perpetual
it's just a matter
power.
of time.
It's a long game.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
So it might take like a year for an asylum seeker or something to get a green card, and then 5 years for the citizenship. It's an investment that is guaranteed to pay off.
Yeah.
Just a question of when.
They all remember who brought them in and who left them here.
Exactly
right.
I want to go back. I want to talk about Biden.
This is a big deal. I think a lot of people don't quite appreciate that this was an actual, real scam at scale to tilt the scales of democracy in America.
It's treason.
Yeah.
One more Biden question. I remember when they would do the electric car stuff, they would always try to box you out, even though you have the only electric car anybody wants. You said, I think this week, that you think that Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them, make NASA look bad, make the private sector look better, make you look good.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, of course.
I kind of agree. Why would he want to let you help them come down when you're supporting the president?
I mean, the Biden administration was attacking me next level.
Yeah.
The Department of Justice or Injustice under the Biden administration was.
Yeah.
They were suing SpaceX. They're suing SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers, and we're like, but it's actually illegal for us to hire asylum seekers because rocket technology is covered under ITAR rules, which means it's an advanced weapons technology.
Yeah.
And so we can only hire permanent residents or green or citizens.
Right.
So we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And we said, how can they sue us for not hiring asylum seekers when it's actually illegal for us to do so? Yeah. But nonetheless, there was a big Department of Justice or Injustice case about this against SpaceX. So obviously it was an antagonistic situation. And those astronauts were supposed to be up there for 8 days, and now they're up there for 8 months. Does that make any sense? And we obviously could have brought them back sooner, but they didn't want anyone who supported President Trump to look good, basically.
Wow.
That's the issue.
We'll cover it tomorrow, Jeff.
That the reason that you want to get into Social Security, that you want to get into all of these different, into Treasury and things like that, is that you're looking for personal information and you're trying to make more money.
Yeah.
I've never met anybody as rich as you that cared less about money in my life. Every time I hear a story about you, you're sleeping on a couch of some other guy in a city that you could buy the entire thing.
Yeah,
I don't think you care about money, do you?
No, actually, listen, like if I steal some Social Security, I can finally buy nice things.
Yeah. And on that same question, they're also talking about you guys are going to end Social Security, you're going to end Medicare, you're going to end these things. I don't imagine that conversation has been had with the president, and that's the plan.
No, in fact, the actions that we're taking
with the support of the president and the support of the agencies, is what will save Medicare, what will save Social Security.
Yeah.
And because if the country goes insolvent, if all the money is just spent on paying interest on debt, there's no money left for anything.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I'm doing this, is because I was looking at the big picture here, and it's like, man, our debt's getting out of control. The interest payments, the interest on the national debt now exceeds the entire Defense Department budget.
It's $1 trillion a year in interest.
Wow.
Just to carry the money that we owe is $1 trillion a year.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
And rising rapidly. So like, a country is no different from a person. Country overspends, country goes bankrupt. Same as a person who overspends goes bankrupt. So it's not like optional to solve these things. It's essential. So
we're going to go bankrupt.
Yes,
yeah, we are. Couple minutes left here. Russia. There's a huge push from the
administration. Yeah. People like sometimes like
to end this war.
Say like, I'm a bought asset of Putin. Yeah. I'm like, he can't afford me.
Yeah. I think you're worth more than Russia.
Think about it.
I like that. So, you're trying to end a war. Ending a war always means you have to compromise, you have to negotiate with an enemy or an adversary. That's just what it is. And right now, they are lambasting the president for trying a different method to a war that they haven't been able to end for 3.5 years or 3 years.
Yeah.
They're saying Trump's blaming Zelensky for the invasion. How do you process all of the negativity toward him for trying to end this war?
Well, first of all, I think we should have empathy for the people dying at the front lines. That's the most important thing. And people have been dying,
It's terrible. It's
like, how many more years is this supposed to go on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And imagine if that was your son, your father, what are they dying for?
Yeah.
What exactly are they dying for? That line the line of engagement has barely moved for 2 years.
Yeah.
This is a whole bunch of people dead in trenches for what? And I'll tell you what for what. It's like for the biggest graft machine that I've ever seen in my life. That's for what. It's unreal. Like the amount of money that is being taken in graft and bribery is disgusting. And so what's actually happening is that those poor guys are getting sent into a meat grinder for money. That's what's actually going on.
Yeah.
And it needs to stop.
And it seems, Trump is so pragmatic on this. He's just looking at it and he's saying it's Ukraine, it's not our country, it's not a NATO ally. I just want to see people not dying. I want to see on both sides. Think about how so many young men have died in Ukraine that the army is starting to age out. The military is aging out. You got 40 and 50-year-old guys fighting in a war because there's nobody left that's not killed or maimed in their 20s.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Think about how many people that is. If you're a humanitarian at all, you just got to end the war. No matter what. Just get it over with.
Yes, they need to stop dying, and the grift machine's got to stop. So, and I think people a lot of people out there don't realize the president has a lot of empathy. He really cares.
Yeah.
He's a good man. So,
I got one more for you. I've been fascinated by you for a very long time.
Thanks.
I've never seen anybody that can, do so many things at the same time. You've got the rockets, you got the cars. I've always wanted to ask you, what is it like inside your mind? Is it just 1,000 miles an hour? Are you?
Yeah.
Is it just not? Does it ever stop? Do you sleep? How much do you sleep? Paint us a picture of inside of the mind of a genius. How do you do all this? Can you answer that question? It's not an easy question. Yeah.
My mind is a storm.
Yeah.
So, it's a storm. But let me maybe tell you something. You didn't ask the question, but I think it's worth kind of nonetheless maybe just elaborating on something, which is, I grew up in South Africa, but my morality was informed by America. I read comic books, played Dungeons and Dragons, and And I watched American TV shows, and it seemed like America cared about being the good guys, you know, about doing the right thing. And that's actually pretty unusual, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like
in the world, it's very unusual.
Yeah, it's not like actually.
Most countries don't do that.
No, they don't.
No.
And so I was like, yeah, you know, you want to be this good. You want to be on the side of good. You want to care about what's right, yeah. So that's
yeah,
what I believe in. You know, so.
I gave you a tough one at the end.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's great. That's great. Elon Musk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
We got one more person to check out. He's the man that triggers the left. He's the man that has people having Trump derangement syndrome. He's the man that's going to make America great again. And that is Mr. 45. And now, 47, baby. Donald J. Trump. I have to mute it. I'm going to get hit by YouTube already. I know. I already know they're going to hit me with a copyright strike. And I know we love Lee. Lee's great. But, well, I'm tired of YouTube coming at me for literally anything and everything. So, kind of fast forward. He's waiting for the song. Standing ovation. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And a very special hello to CPAC. It's been,
hello,
been a long
Trump.
time. We've loved being back, and it's hotter than ever. This place is packed. You got to see outside. They don't know what's happening. They have no idea what's happening. And a friend is here from Argentina, and a friend is here from Poland. Stand up. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the nation's capital, where our movement is thriving, fighting, winning, and dominating Washington like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before. They used to have a little smaller crowds here. It's a little bigger. The fraudsters, liars, cheaters, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing.
It looked like some people are asking about Tom Homan. It cut it off. He's right here, but they kind of started it in between. So I'll have to find the full clip somewhere. So it's there, but it's only like the few minutes of it, and they cut him off. So I'll have to find it somewhere else.
The illegal alien criminals are being sent home. We're draining the swamp, and we're restoring government by the people, for the people. For years, Washington was controlled by a sinister group of radical left Marxists.
Yep.
Warmongers.
They were in our chat.
And corrupt special interests who drained our wealth, attacked our liberties, obliterated our borders, and sucked our country dry.
Yep.
Not any longer.
Not any longer. You're finished. You're fired, lefties.
But on
You're
November
fired.
5th, we stood up to all the corrupt forces that were destroying America. We took away their power. We took away their confidence. They lost their confidence. You know, do you ever watch? They lost their confidence. Oh, it's so nice to watch. And we took back our country. And we must be doing something right, because we've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had.
He's killing it. Trump's doing great.
And our approval rating is now the highest ever across all demographics. Rasmussen just came out at 56%. Insider Advantage, 56%. RMG Research, 57%. And we have many polls in the mid-60s, one at 71%.
Whoa!
We like that, 71. And according to YouGov, a big deal, 70% of Americans believe that what we are doing is right, and we are keeping our promises.
There you go, folks.
That's all we're doing, when you think, is keeping our promises. That's all we had to do. And their promises weren't worthwhile to go and vote for. They loved men playing in women's sports, open borders, little things like that. But don't tell them. Don't tell them. Keep it quiet. We'll tell them about a week before the next election. No, keep it quiet. Let them think it's a great thing what they're doing. You saw Maine yesterday, right? The governor of Maine. She's fighting to keep men in women's sports. You ever see what happens to a woman when a woman boxes a man who transitioned to womanhood? Did you ever see what happens? It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Let her do that fight. Let them all do that fight. Because I think that's about a 90-10 issue, and I can't figure out who the 10% are. Nobody can. So today I want to say thank you to all of the incredible patriots of CPAC and all of the incredible patriots in our country. 77 million, and it's actually much more than that, because despite that, they cheated like hell. It was just too big to rig. It was too big to rig.
That's right, sir. Yes,
77
Mr. President.
million.
That's more. We got more than more than that amount. What was it, 77 million or something like that? It was more than that, right? Oh, it was more. It was more.
Remember, you used to go, I said, look, we're leading in the polls by a lot. Don't believe the polls. Just go and vote. You got to vote. We got to make it too big to rig. And they tried, but it was too big to rig. One of the great statements. We love it, because everybody went and voted. We fought through hell together, but in the end, we achieved the great liberation of America. We're liberating our country right now. We're doing all these things that you're reading about. We're liberating our country. I first spoke to this gathering 14 years ago, and I won your straw poll. I didn't know anything about a straw poll. They took this big straw poll, and I won by like 27 points. And I figured, you know, that's good. Maybe I should keep doing it, and I did. And I became president. Isn't that great? Who would think? Who would think? But he became president, too. He's a MAGA guy, too. Make Argentina great again, right? Make
And he
Argentina
is, man.
great again.
He's doing it right.
I kept hearing about this man. I kept hearing about this man in beautiful Argentina, and it is beautiful, but boy, did it have inflation. Inflation made it less beautiful. I hear you're doing fantastically. We're very proud of you, actually. And make Argentina great again. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. But now it's my honor to address you for the first time as your 47th President of the United States.
There you go. Never gets old. Never gets old. He's the best. He's the best.
I want to begin by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for the incredible job they do, and everyone they put together. They put together an amazing team, the American Conservative Union, for organizing this event. You have some big players here. Senator Ted Cruz, Eric Schmidt, Jim Banks of Indiana. Where's Eric? Where is Eric? Is it? Hello, Eric. You can see Eric anywhere. If he's right in the back of the room, he stands up. They're all good. These are great people. Representatives Riley Moore, James Comer, Harriet Hagerman, Byron Donalds.
Byron.
Our great Attorney General. She's going to be great. Pam Bondi.
We love Pam. Pam's great.
Where's Pam? I don't know where she is. So many people. So many people. Secretary Doug Burgum. Secretary Chris Wright. Oh, he's going to get that energy out of the ground. Secretary Scott Turner. Our next ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik, who just gave a great speech, by the way. A very good friend of mine. Is this guy Central Casting, though? Tom Homan. Is he Central Casting? Where is it? Hello, Tom. Are you? Well, I love that. How could I love a guy like that? But I do. He's doing a great job. Thank you, Tom, very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders.
Sarah's great. Sarah's great.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday. I love that name. We're also honored to be joined by President Duda of Poland, who's a fantastic man and a great friend of mine. And we got 84% of the Polish people that voted for us, so you must be doing something right, huh? Hanging out with Trump. And again, President Milei of Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Dude, he loves Trump so much, dude. It's so awesome.
And the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico.
Okay.
Robert. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Nice to see you. The leader of the UK Reform Party, who, by the way, did really well in that last election. I've been his friend for a long time, and I wasn't sure, am I supposed to be his friend or not? But it never mattered to me if he did well or not.
Chip, who is this guy?
But it's easier to like him when he got the kind of votes he got. He really took it by storm, and they say he's going to do even better this time. Nigel Farage. Where is Nigel?
Is Nigel good? Do we like Nigel? I don't know. Where's Nigel? Where are you, Nigel?
Thank you. What a great guy. The leader of Spain's Vox Party, Santiago Abascal.
A lot of people there.
Thank you, Santiago.
Damn.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow.
I thought that was you. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. And a friend of mine, Eduardo Bolsonaro of Brazil, the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you. Thank you. Say hello to your father. Thank you very much. Great family. Great gentleman and your great family. And our great First Lady, Melania, is watching us right now on television. So give her a hand.
I love Melania.
Give her a hand.
You're beautiful. You're great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, she's going to be happy. That's so nice. We love our First Lady. Everybody does. With the help of so many incredible supporters here today, we're going to forge a new and lasting political majority that will drive American politics for generations to come. I think we're going to do fantastically well in the midterms. You know, in theory, the one that wins the presidency does not do well in the midterms, but I think this is going to be a change. We're at a level, I don't think we've been at this level maybe ever as the Republican Party. We're a bigger, better, stronger party than ever before.
It's true.
More people in our party than ever before.
It's true.
But the people have given us a resounding mandate for dramatic change in Washington, and we are going to deliver it. We're going to use it, and we're going to make America great again by using it. So it's going to be something. But think of it, at the presidential level, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We swept all 7 swing states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, all by great margins. We won 85% of all of the counties in America. That means that map was red. Did you ever see the map? Did you see the certified map? Where is it? I want to see a certified map. It's all red. You can hardly find the blue. Think of this. They won 525 counties, and we won 2,600 counties. It's the biggest margin ever recorded.
That's
and
right.
Incredibly, for the first
That's
time
right.
ever, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. It's never happened before. So it was indeed too big to rig. We won the largest number of African-American votes in Republican history, by far.
African American.
We won the largest number of Hispanic American votes, any Republican ever. Hispanic Americans, we love you.
Hispanic.
The energy, the brilliance of Hispanic Americans. We won all of the cities and towns along the Texas border, whereas before I ran, we won none. We never used to win any. I got a call from our great governor of Texas who said, President, you just won every single town along the Texas border to Mexico.
I bet, man.
I said, oh.
They're tired of it.
Good? He said, it hasn't happened since Reconstruction. I said, define Reconstruction for me. He said, that means essentially the Civil War. That's a long time. But that was when I first heard about it, actually. Our party has become the proud voice of hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I think one of the main reasons, not that we're conservative or not that we're anything else, we are the party of common sense. It's about common sense.
There you go. There you go. You
It's
saw
all
the
about
lefties in the
common
chat
sense.
didn't have that.
Over the past month, we've confirmed an all-star team of warriors, patriots, visionaries, and put the America First agenda into action. I see Doug Burgum sitting right over there. I tell you, he was so good. I looked at him. I said, I got to have him here. I got to have him. He was a great governor. He's involved with a little thing called energy. He's got the Department of Interior, and Chris Wright has the Department of Energy. So Chris has no energy, and Doug has all of the energy. Chris has more interior, but he doesn't have. So I merged them. So now you have an energy guy.
Genius.
And you have the guy with all the energy.
I
and
love
you're going
it.
to drill, baby, drill.
There you
aren't
go.
huh?
Open the
Drill, baby,
pipelines.
drill.
Open the spigots, Trump. Open it.
And Catherine, stand up. His wife is incredible. She is such an
Where
incredible
is she?
woman. Incredible woman. He got very. Very lucky, Doug.
I'm just kidding.
It's good to be successful, isn't it, Doug?
Shit.
She's in a.
Trump. Yo, he's basically okay. So for those that don't know, the guys know, probably saying that the dude is not good looking, but the wife's a total babe. You know, he's like it pays to have money.
Incredible woman. He's an incredible guy. In addition to the great cabinet
I love it.
secretaries we
I
have
love
here
it.
today, we confirm Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to end the woke insanity
I
and
love
rebuild our
Pete.
military.
Pete, I gotta call you on the
Pete
phone.
is fantastic. Thank you.
Pete's great.
To
Love
stop
Pete.
the weaponization of federal law enforcement, I know about that, I think, better than any human being on earth. This week, we swore in a new director of the FBI, somebody that everybody wanted.
Yeah,
Kash
baby.
Patel.
Boom! We love Cash. Cash, I love you.
Cash is great. He's a popular guy. He went through.
Jason.
He went through with the blessing of a lot of good people, too. I'll tell you, it was great. To end the politicalization of our intelligence agencies, we confirmed Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who is something. Very respected, highly respected.
She's a badass,
And to
man.
make America healthy again, we confirmed Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Hey, Robert. I just wish after every time Donald Trump says that, he just takes a bite from like a McDonald's cheeseburger or something. You ain't gonna get me, Robert. You ain't gonna touch my meals.
Great guy. We need him.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
We need him. You know, there's a number on autism as an example with children, autism. And you go back 15 years, it was from 10 to 20,000. You had like 1 in 10 to 20,000. Some say 10, some say 20, but it was in that vicinity. That's a big vicinity. Now it's 1 in 36 babies have autism.
If that's true, that's
1
insane.
in 36. Think of it. It was 1 in probably 20,000 people. Now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. Something's wrong, and Bobby is going to find it. Working with Dr. Oz, by the way. Working with Dr. Oz.
Dude, that's insane if that's true. I'm looking it up right now.
Together, we've achieved more in 4 weeks
I
than
don't
most
know.
administrations achieve in 4 years. We made a lot of progress.
Whoa, dude, he's right. He's literally spot on. What the fuck? 1 in 36 or 1 in 44, but most are saying it's 1 in 36 in the United States, according to the CDC. What?
I heard O'Reilly last night
Wow.
say Donald Trump for the first 4 weeks is the greatest president ever in the history of our country. That was O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly is all right.
Actually, I do want to give, anytime I could shout out a book, because I love reading. If you haven't read Bill O'Reilly's books, like Killing England or like Killing Kennedy, like he has it's a series. It's very good if you guys haven't checked it out. So you should check out his books. I think it's Bill O'Reilly with Greg Dugard or something like that. Great series. Check it out.
You know who he said second was? George Washington. That's not bad. I beat George Washington. I love beating George Washington. Thank you, Bill. On our first day in office, we declared a national emergency at our southern border. After years of politicians using our military to defend foreign borders while leaving our country defenseless and helpless, we deployed a group of people, active duty troops, to defend our border and repel the invasion of our country. This was an invasion. You know, we had a great first term, a really great first term, and I called it an invasion. And we had great numbers, but now we have the best numbers we've ever had. We've never had numbers like this. We've done it all in 4 weeks. Think of it. That was Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the whole group. When day one, I ended catch and release. I reinstated remain in Mexico when I signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. Because it wasn't meant for these children. It wasn't meant for people that escaped or invaded, came into our country illegally. It was meant for the children of slaves. Because when it was done, many, many years ago, it was during a very tough period in this country's history, and that was meant for the children of slaves. I wish people would understand that so they could get this thing approved, and we don't have millions and millions of people coming into our country, and they shouldn't be here. This week, I also canceled temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti. They're pouring into our country, pouring in.
Yeah, we have like 10% of their population or something like that. Some crazy number.
If I weren't elected president, there'd be nobody in Haiti anymore. They were pouring in at levels from other countries too, all over Africa, the Congo, all over South America. And they were coming in from prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, jails, and gang members. And you have to see gang members, drug lords, people that are drug addicted. They were sending them all into our ridiculous and very stupid Biden open border. Our border czar was Kamala. I haven't said that name in a while. I haven't said that name. No, I haven't said that name in a while. Kamala. I'll bet nobody knows her last name. Nobody ever knows her last name. Even during the campaign, you'd have to say Kamala. It's strange, you know, a little different name. Kamala, because her last name was Harris. I used to say Senator Harris. Nobody knew who the hell I was talking about. So I had to go Kamala. But think of it, I was beating Joe badly, really badly, and they changed him. I'm the only one that ever had to beat two people. I had to beat two. How to beat two. We beat two. I didn't beat. You beat. You beat two people.
I love Trump.
No, he was doing better. That's like the great Dana White. He has a fight, and one guy's doing really badly, so when they take him out, they put another guy in the fight, the same guy that's... I had that. Never happened before. A lot of things we do never happened before. Do you ever notice that? We're the first in everything. So we beat two candidates. They said, who do you run against? Well, we ran against Biden, and we ran against Kamala Harris. But illegal border crossings now have plummeted by almost 100%. The border czar never called the border, never called the great people of the border. They have unbelievable. I called them so much they couldn't take my calls. They hated me. But then they became to love me. You know why? Because the border people want to have great borders. But you have to call them on occasion. How are we doing today? Pete, how are we doing? You have to call. And we called the right guys. I became friends. You know, the Border Patrol endorsed me. And these people, you have no idea. They weren't supposed to, because you're not supposed to do that. I don't think you're allowed to do it. Actually, they did it anyway. They said, this is crazy. But these are great people, and ICE, and our general law enforcement, and by the way, our great, great firemen and firewomen, too. They were great. They all endorsed us. With the police, we got high 90s in terms of, and many of them were unionized, you know. We have a young lady who's right now going for the Department of Labor, and she tends to be a little bit on the slightly left of center. And everybody said, why did I do that? I said, you know why I did that? Because unions like her, and labor likes her, and a lot of people like her, and she's very solid, very strong, and she's going to do the right thing. But they all voted for us. They didn't vote for me, they voted for us. We got the Teamsters, we got the firefighters, we got the police, we got the auto workers, were so great. We had tremendous support, so I think it's nice to give them a person in the center, because that's what she's going to be very good, I think. But
I hope so.
A lot
I
of
hope
people
you're
say,
right,
why
Trump.
do you do that? I said, because I want to do something nice for these people that voted for me. Oh, gee, what a great political move that was. Now they're all saying, what a great political move. No, it's all common sense. Remember that.
I hope he's right. I hope he's
Sean
right.
O'Brien was fantastic. The whole group, they were great. Over the past few weeks, we've begun the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a very moderate man, but he was very strong on that. He didn't like people running into our country and taking over our country. I'll tell you, I had 4 years. I don't know if you had this. I couldn't stand it. Don't get angry. Donald, don't get angry, please. I couldn't stand it. Watching these people come in from jails and mental institutions and the worst criminals in the street, gang members being dropped off in buses and bust into our country. I couldn't stand it. So I said, I'm going to run for president again. And now we don't have that problem. Now we don't have that problem anymore. We don't have that problem anymore. We now have the best border we've ever had. And by the way, if they can ever find my world's favorite chart ever in history, I'll show you what it was when I left. And now it's even slightly better. Can you drop that chart, do you think? I don't know. I never tell them about this, but they used to drop it like magic. If they can, they'll drop it. Who the hell knows? But it's my favorite chart. My favorite chart in history. We're liberating communities like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, that have been occupied by illegal alien criminals from all over the world. We're rescuing the Americans whose jobs have been stolen, whose wages have been robbed, and whose way of life has been absolutely destroyed. And under the Trump administration, our country will not be turned into a dumping ground. We're not going to do it. We're going to have a great country again. It's going to happen soon, a lot sooner than you think, and we're going to have so much money coming in from tariffs. Oh, you're going to say, your senators and your congressmen are going to say, please, sir, please, You're making us look so bad. We have so much money coming in. I didn't know this was going to happen. Please don't do this to us. We look very bad. But they're great. They're doing well. I tell you, the Republican senators they're sticking together. The Republican congressmen and women are sticking together. Every once in a while, you have one that wants a little action or something. I don't know what it is. It's so sad to see. I just hate to see it. I hate to see it, but they're sticking together. One thing about the Democrats, they have rotten, horrible policy, the worst policy in history, but they stick together. We have great policy, but sometimes they don't stick, but they've been sticking for us. They've been sticking. And I think the speaker and the leader have done a fantastic job.
Let's hope they stay. It's only been a
and
month.
Johnson, and I think they've done, two guys really working hard and they're really doing a great job. But we have a lot to stick with. We have a lot to stick together for, because what we've done has never been done before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this, and nobody's ever seen 4 weeks like we've had, especially the 4 weeks, the first 4 weeks. You know, that's like if you golf, when you sink that first 4-footer in the first hole, it gives you confidence on the next hole. You sink another one. Now you go into that third hole and you can't. And by the time you get to the fifth hole, you feel you can't miss, right? Like a baseball player, he gets up and he hits our first one, and then the second at bat, he hits that one. And, you know, and we have great confidence. And they've lost their confidence, as I said. They really lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stone cold, but they're stuttering
in their faces.
They're all
Heck
screwed
yeah.
up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. I don't even talk about CNN. CNN's sort of like, I don't know. They're pathetic, actually. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing.
Love this.
She took a sabbatical where she worked 1 day a week. They paid her a lot of money. She gets no ratings. I should go against her in the ratings, because I'll tell you, she gets no ratings. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 all different subjects, Trump this, Trump that. But these people are really, I mean, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party. They should be paying.
It's true.
Is that Gordon? Yes, is that Gordon? The great Gordon Chang? Is that Gordon? Stand up, Gordon.
Who's Gordon?
Wow. We have everybody here today. Thank you very much. How am I doing on China?
See, if Joe did that, the person would be dead and not in existence. Is Carrie here? Carrie? Right? Joe's all looking around, all blind. Sir, she's been dead for 40 years. Really? 'Cause I just saw her. See how people actually exist that Trump calls out in the crowd? It's funny how that works.
Am I doing good? Am I doing good on China? Tell you one thing, nobody's ever done like I've done on China. Nobody ever let people know what was happening with respect to China. And I happen to like President Xi, and I have tremendous respect for the people of China. Love the people of China. But, we've been treated very unfairly by China and many other countries. And we're not being unfairly treated anymore. We had that down to a science in the first term, and then they lost it. You know, we lost over $1 trillion to China this last year under Biden, crooked Joe Biden. What do we like better, crooked Joe or sleepy Joe? Ready? Ready? Crooked Joe or sleepy? Ready? Crooked Joe. Sleepy Joe. Got to stay with crooked. He had one ability that I didn't have. He could do something that I couldn't do. I don't say that because he was a horrible golfer. Remember, he challenged me during the debate to a golf match. He said, I'm a 6 handicap. I said, you're not a 36 handicap. He said, he's a 6. And then he said, well, I'm 8. Remember? I said, that was quick. Picked up 2 strokes. He said, no, I'm an 8, but he's not a 36 handicap, but he had one ability that was amazing.
I'm crying.
He could go with cameras on him, television, fake news on him, probably because he knows they wouldn't cover it badly. You know, they covered him as well as you can cover him. How the hell can you cover the guy well? But he had this incredible ability. He could Barely walk in the sand. Somebody thought he looked great in a bathing suit. And he'd walk in the sand pulling a thing that weighed about 6 ounces. You know those aluminum? See, aluminum's very good.
Oh, God.
It's meant for children and very old people to lift, right? So he would put it down, and he'd put it down, and he'd fall into it, and he'd immediately fall asleep in front of the media. I could never do that. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I could never do it. No, he was Sleepy Joe, but he was crooked as hell. You know, there's no question. He was a sleepy, crooked guy.
He's so sleepy.
Terrible, terrible president.
Oh, God.
He was the worst president in the history of our country. I don't care. I'll say it.
He was. Yes, sir.
Jimmy Carter passed away recently, and he passed away a happy man.
Jesus, dude.
He was a happy man when he passed away because he said that it's not even close. Joe was the worst, and believe me, I have to clean up the mess. I'm cleaning up the mess, and it is a mess on the border with inflation.
Yeah, he only got in a golf ball backwards. Yeah, that's Joey.
Turned to shit, okay? Everything.
Oh, I love it.
It's true.
This is the best. It's what we voted for. We're getting more than what we voted for.
It's true.
It's true. Turn the shit.
Now Franklin Graham's angry at me. You know that. Franklin wrote me a letter. He said, I love your speeches. I love them. I love them so much. But they'd be better if you would never use foul language. And I told him, I said, Franklin, you know, Franklin Graham's a great guy, by the way, does a great job. The son of the great Billy Graham, right? But I said to Franklin, you know, sometimes you need it for emphasis.
It's true.
And he said, no, they'd be even better if you wouldn't use any bad language. That's not really a terrible word, you know. But that's a much more appropriate word, a better. What word would I use to describe?
Hey, I run in that too, Trump. I get it.
What word could I use?
You ain't got to tell me.
So, and we have to be truthful too, so you know.
Yep. There you go, folks. That's why I cuss every now and then.
All countries are now taking their illegal aliens back, even those that stated strongly, we will never take them back. Don't ever send them to us. But they said that during the Biden administration. They never said it during my administration. Venezuela's taking them back. They're all, Colombia's taking them back.
There you go.
Remember,
yes, sir.
Colombia said, we will not take them back, he said. And within about 13 minutes, I think, we would love to take them back. In fact, we will send our planes to pick them up. Remember? And they said, what happened? What happened? And you see these Venezuelan planes loaded up with some real nice people. You wouldn't have wanted to be the pilot on any of those planes. But they know we're not playing games, and just this week I officially designated bloodthirsty cartels and murderous gangs as foreign terrorist organizations.
There you go, sir.
Something which Biden didn't want to do. And
thank you, Mr. President.
It's true. The full might and power of the federal government will now be dedicated to eradicating MS-13, Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan prison gangs. These are very nice fellows. The only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people. It's true. Remember when they used to say, people that come in from foreign countries are nice people. These are wonderful people. These are good people. They're not murderers. They're not terrible. These people make us look like babies, okay? You know the Hells Angels? They're among the nicest people on earth when you compare them to these thugs. And the Hells Angels actually love our country, if you can believe that. They actually do. But their members and their leaders in the United States will be hunted down. I'm talking about MS-13. They're hunting them down. We removed tens of thousands, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, rooted out, arrested, and expelled from our soil like the savage monsters that they are. We don't have anybody coming up from Argentina. Nobody's coming up from Argentina to facilitate the mass removal of criminal aliens. I also issued an executive order to make available the full capacity and detention We're going to use Guantanamo Bay. We have a detention facility that's actually massive. Nobody even knew it existed.
I want to see if he'll use the one in El Salvador.
Thousands of prisoners. We never used it. For 4 long years, you had a president who put illegal aliens up in penthouse suites in beautiful hotels on Park Avenue, on Madison Avenue, or on
Crazy.
Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Now you have a president who is stamping their ticket to Gitmo on a one-way trip back to the places from which they came. Wonderful
Yes, sir.
places.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My administration is also moving swiftly to save the U.S. economy from the train wreck of inflation and worse that Joe Biden created. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. It was a disaster. That was a disaster. I terminated the Green New Scam. One of the greatest hoaxes ever played on this country is the Green New Scam. We spent trillions of dollars on this nonsense, and just a total hoax. It really set back our country, I want to tell you, monetarily and every other way. And I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, where
There you
everybody
go.
else have it.
Heck yeah. Get rid of it. You're
And if you
fine.
want an electric car, get an electric car. If you want a gasoline-powered car, if you want to have a hybrid, you get it. The only thing you can't do is a hydrogen-powered car. You know why? They said it really works great, but when it doesn't work, you never find the body. It's a bad.
Jeez, dude.
That's a bad sign. You know, when it doesn't work, they found the body on a tree about 250 yards up the road. It's seriously bad. So we'll leave hydrogen out of it for a little while, I think, or maybe permanently. I'd say permanently. To crush inflation by slashing spending, I imposed an immediate federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze. We're
Yes,
giving
sir.
to countries that hate us. We're giving billions and billions of dollars to countries that hate us. And I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency. You probably haven't heard of it. Which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And Elon is doing a great job. He's doing a great job. We love Elon, don't we? Is that guy? He's a character. With his son X, we love X. He's the only one can get away. His son's really named X. He's the only one can get away with naming his son X. We ever did it, they say, you're crazy. But he's great. He's doing a great job, and he doesn't need this either. He doesn't need it, but he wants to see, he's a patriot. People said, well, what official position does he have? I said, patriot. Oh, they didn't know. They said, that was good. He's a patriot. Here are some of the flagrant scams that, as an example, they've spent money on, and we've been able to recapture for a large dose of it at least. $520 million for a consultant to, think of that, $520 million. $520 million. When I hire consultants and they just take advantage of me, it's a horrible thing to watch, and I give them $25,000. I feel I'm overpaying. These guys got $520 million. Environmental, social, governance,
ESG,
and investments in Africa. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and socially responsible behavior in Colombia. This is Columbia, South
outrageous.
America, not Columbia University. Of course, that might be worse, actually, based on their actions. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows where. Who are they? Where do they come from? Just sedentary migrants. Nobody even knows what a sedentary migrant is.
Actually, I
If they
don't know
were
what that is.
sedentary, they wouldn't be a migrant, right? They wouldn't move. No, they wouldn't move. They'd stay in the same place. Right, Doug? $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcisions.
What the
Why are
hell?
we going to Mozambique to do circumcisions? It's a lot of money. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. Here's a beauty. $486 million to a consortium of elections and political process strengthening ideas, of which $22 million goes to inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova. $29 million goes to strengthen the political landscape and help them out so that they can vote for a radical left communist in Bangladesh. You had to see who they supported. You wouldn't believe, yeah, you would believe it.
Jesus, man.
Nobody in this room would be in that group. $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia.
Unbelievable.
$18 million for helping India with its elections. Why the hell? Why don't we just go to all paper ballots? Let them help us with their elections, right? Voter ID.
Oh, is it okay? Thanks, nice? Jeff. I've never heard of it.
We're giving money to India for elections. They don't need money. They take advantage of us pretty good. One of the highest tariff nations in the world. We try and sell something, they have a 200% tariff, and then
and Democrats go, oh, what's the big deal? Oh, what's the big deal? And then they wonder why we're in the mess that we're in, right? I don't see what the big deal is. It's not that much money compared to the budget.
We're giving them a lot of money to help them with their election. $32 million for the Prague Civil Society Center. $14 million for social cohesion in Liberia. $9.7 million to develop a cohort Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. Think of that. Millions of dollars for sex change operations in Guatemala. $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. They put on a little play on the street. $20 million. You could do it on Broadway and have $19 million left over.
You guys have to fully understand, I think some of you do, Democrats are all for this spending. Like normal Democrats. They love it. Well, how do we know that? They wanted Joey and Harris back in office. The same people that were promulgating the same type of spending. They still vote in people like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Bernie Sanders, all the bit, the whole gambit. They still vote for it. But the ones that did all this. I'm not saying there's a Republican here or there that didn't, but I want them out too. I want all these people prosecuted.
No, it's a scam. They get kickbacks and all sorts of things. It's a scam.
They'll be a part of tomorrow's episode. Kickbacks. Elon Musk is going to look at it because somehow the 5, 6, 8, 10, 20 Democrats all went from like making $200,000 a year to being like $20 million, $40 million net wealth. Huh.
Who ever heard of it? Think of it, $20 million Sesame Street.
Crazy.
A play. We're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. We have, look, let's assume that people, generally speaking, in our case, and everybody in this room, we're going to all live way over 100, but this is a little ridiculous because not too many people are going over 100. Everybody, hopefully, in this room will. But there are in the Social Security ranks and files. And what we're doing now is finding out, do they get paid? Do they get paid? In other words, is somebody taking all of this money? So they have over 100 to 109, 4.7 million Social Security numbers. Think of that, from people whose age is over 100. 3.6 million people whose age is over 110 years. 3.47 million people who are over 120 years of age. 3.9 million people whose age goes from 130 to 139 years of age. 3.5 million whose age goes from 140 to 149 years old. 1.3, see, it's coming down now slowly. No, it's all a scam. The whole thing is a scam. 1.3 million people, 1.3 who are over 150 years of age. And over 130,000 people are listed on our Social Security rolls as over 160 years of age. Now,
how many people do you think, if they're receiving Social Security, how many of those 21 million do you think voted for Joey? Have you ever thought about that? Because that would make up the gap. Right, because I mean, if you look at from every election, right, it's pretty much stayed the same. There's always going to be spikes. You're going to have perfect uniform distribution, but it makes sense. It makes sense.
The final is at 1,039. So now we're down into reasonable numbers. 1,039 people are listed between the ages of 220 years old to 229. And we have one person who's listed at 241 years of age.
Crazy, man. Just crazy.
We have one person listed at 360 years of age, an all-time record, and our country's 250 years old.
So legitimately, I want to know how long that person's been on the rolls and how much money they've taken. Like I said, I want full back pay from these people who are cashing these checks. And if not, you're going to prison for life. That's how pissed off I'm about this.
So that person's substantially older than our country. Under our administration, there will be no tolerance for Social Security fraud. We will not allow anyone to cheat our seniors, and those who will do that will be prosecuted by Pam Bondi and others.
I'm going to hold Trump to that. I'm holding Trump to that.
We're also going to
I want
Fort
the names.
Knox. I'm going to go with Elon. And would anybody like to join us? Because we want to see if the gold is still there. We want to see. Wouldn't that be terrible? We open up this Fort Knox. It's just solid granite that's 5 feet thick. The front door, you need 6 musclemen to open it up. I don't even think they have windows. Wouldn't that be terrible if we opened it up and there was no gold there?
Yo, we would be
So we're going to open those doors. We're going to take a look. And if there's 27 tons of gold, we'll be very happy. I don't know how the hell we're going to measure it, but that's okay. We want to see lots of nice, beautiful, shiny gold in Fort Knox. Don't be totally surprised. We open the door, we'll say, there's nothing here. They stole this too. Now, we have a very corrupt group of people in this country, and we're finding them out. We're removing all of the unnecessary.
I just want to point out, this is exactly what I wanted. Exactly. I wanted this in 2016, to be honest, but this is everything I've wanted. And if Trump really, over the next 4 years, really pulls through, man. Living the dream.
Necessary, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucrats from the federal workforce. That's what we're doing. And under the buyouts, we offered federal employees more than 75,000 federal bureaucrats. Think of that. Have voluntarily agreed to surrender their taxpayer-funded jobs. We want to make government smaller, more efficient. We want to keep the best people, and we're not going to keep the worst people. And, you know, we're doing another thing. If they don't report for work, we're firing them. In other words, they have to go to office.
You're fired!
Right?
You're fired!
Right? Look at her. If you don't report to work, you know, that's another scam. You know, who the hell, if I'm staying home, I'm going to, let's see, my golf handicap would get down to very low number. You'd be shocked if I told you the real number. But I would be so good, I'd try and get on tour. I would be so good. I'd call up, I'd say, listen, I'm really working here. Where are my clubs? Where are my clubs? Either that or, in many cases, they have second jobs while they're getting paid by us. So one of the reasons they're leaving is because they don't want to have to show that. And we're demanding to see that information. How many jobs have you had? Who paid you while you were working for the government? And we are demanding that people, if they work for the government, they have to show up and sit in an office and do their job, right?
There you go. There you go. I show up to work.
And we've also effectively ended the left-wing scam known as USAID, the agency's name. Has been removed from its former building, and that space will now house agents from Customs and Border Patrol. Beautiful.
Boom, baby.
And at the ultra-left CFPB, which was terrible. So many people have been hurt by that. I used to get calls from lending officers, from owners of small banks, and they were almost crying. What they did to those people, they destroyed them, put them out of business. It was established by Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. Does anyone know? Remember the Pocahontas scam? I'm an Indian, therefore I'm entitled to be a senator. I'm an Indian. She said, could we see proof of that, please? She said, well, the only proof I have is my mother said I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's not, that's no good, right? Remember she went out? I really spooked her, I tell you. Remember she went out, she couldn't take it anymore. I was calling her Pocahontas, Pocahontas. Everyone knew she was not an Indian. I had more Indian blood than her, and I have no Indian blood. I'd be honored to, but I don't have any, but I had more than her. You remember she went out and she had a blood test. And it came back and she was so happy because it said 1,024th. That means everybody in this room had more than her. But because there was even a scant, in other words, 1 million years ago, something could have happened. And she was so happy that she released it and she got killed. That was the end of her presidential career. She does not like me very much, but she's a very angry person. Do you notice the way she is? She's always screaming.
She's crazy.
She's crazy. These people are crazy. The radical left is meaner. I don't know what it is, Doug. They're meaner than us, aren't they? We're like normal people. We're smart. We get our...
We all saw the crazy lefty that came into the chat, right? Or maybe his or her friends, who knows? The furries, the psychos, the weirdos, the one that wants to trans your kids. Yeah, we saw them in the chat earlier. Yeah.
But we don't go crazy. Of course, they'll take my little rant from 15 minutes ago, the fake news. He lost control on the stage. He lost control. And they'll have me screaming, having to do with Franklin, poor Franklin. He lost control of the stage. Oh, these people are bad. They are really sick, too. I don't get it. You'd think they'd want to love our country. They have no ratings anymore. Nobody listens to them. Nobody believes the fake New York Times. Washington Post is doing no business. They're losing all their business. Nobody believes them. But we've escorted the radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locked the doors behind them. We've gotten rid of thousands. I withdrew the United States from the corrupt World Health Organization. I withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council. The council is horrible, and I withdrew from the terror-supporting UN Relief and Works Agency. The UN has such great potential, but not the way it's run now. It's terrible the way it's run now. We stopped all taxpayer money to these corrupt institutions. And by the way, just so, because who the hell knows, we got to talk about something very important. The war between Russia and Ukraine. People are being killed, mostly young men, mostly Russian and Ukrainian men, at levels you've never seen before. Thousands of people a week. And I've spoken to President Putin, and I think that thing is going to end, but it's got to end. It's a horrible, horrible thing to watch. I'm dealing with President Zelensky. I'm dealing with President Putin. I'm trying to get the money back that, or secured, because, Europe is given 100.
We're going to be covering about that money tomorrow. I'm telling you, you're going to want to hop in tomorrow's morning episode. If you're not with us live, I think later in the day, we're going to be talking about, we got so much news to cover, man, but we'll be talking about the money and everything that's going on. We'll talk about MSN, DNC. We got it all for you tomorrow, folks. Good episode tomorrow.
$1 billion. The United States has given $350 billion.
That
because
is
we
so
had a
much
stupid,
money.
Incompetent president and administration.
Yep.
350. But here's worse. Europe gave it in the form of a loan. They get their money back.
We did it in a form of a grant. So we'll be talking about that tomorrow.
We gave it in the form of nothing. So I want them to give us something for all of the money that we put up. And I'm going to try and get the war settled. And I'm going to try and get all that death ended.
We just gave them like $300 billion.
So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get. But we feel so stupid. Here's Europe. And it affects Europe. It doesn't really affect us, except we don't like to see two things. Number one, how Biden got us into this thing in the first place. Terrible. But why is it that he didn't ask for equalization? Europe should put up more money than us. But even if you said the same thing, how come we went so far out front? And he didn't know that Europe gets his money back. They did it in the form of a loan. We don't get our money back. We get nothing.
We got
so
screwed.
We're getting our money back. We're going to get our money back because it's not fair. It's just not fair. And we will see. But I think we're pretty close to a deal, and we better be close to a deal, because that has been a horrible situation. It would have never happened if I were president. And by the way, October 7th, Israel would have never happened if I was president, too. It would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money to give. Everybody knows that. Jewish people in the audience know that. Iran was broke. They were not giving money around. And when I got out, they took all the sanctions off Biden, and Iran became rich very quickly. With oil,
Ridiculous.
you can become rich very, very quickly. And the rest is history. What a horrible thing. Even though the hostages are coming back, I saw it this morning where we got 6 more back. Biden got none back, by the way, just so you understand. None. 0. He would have never gotten any of them back. But they're coming back in pretty bad shape. It's a horrible thing, and many are dead. Many are dead. So we'll see how that all ends up, but it's a horrible thing. But I just want you to know we're working on that. That's a very big part of it. And I don't like talking about it because we're in the middle of negotiations, but it's a very, very sad, it would have never happened. There was no way. Russia was never going to go in, and they went in because of a lot of reasons, and so many people are dead. Far more people are dead than you're reading about. You know, when they blow up all these cities, all those cities they look like demolition sites. Every single building is down. All of those beautiful golden towers that are 1,000 years old, they're lying on the ground in smithereens, blown to smithereens. There's nothing left of them. They're just lying on the ground, never to be rebuilt again, not possible to rebuild them again. And all of that heritage is gone. People have done a really horrible job. That would have never, if I were president, 0 chance that a shot would even have been fired. It wouldn't have happened. So sad.
It's terrible. God awful,
Further
man.
turbocharge our economy, we have launched the most aggressive deregulation program in any nation's history. And we're also going to be seeking the largest tax cuts in American history. Again, we brought them down, as you know, from close to 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing them down to 15% if you make your product in the United States of America.
Boom, baby. Make it
We're
here.
defending the American worker like never before, and that's why the auto workers and the union workers and the Teamsters and so many others, they supported us, the firemen, the policemen, so many others, whether they were union or non-union, they all supported us. They were called workers, and they supported us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Weeks ago, I imposed a 10% tariff on all goods coming from China because of the fact that they're sending fentanyl into our country. Through Mexico, by the way.
There you go.
I'm not happy with Mexico, or I'm not happy with Canada either. I imposed 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and aluminum, and I will soon impose reciprocal tariffs on any country that charges us. And by the way, the reciprocal means they charge us, we charge them, same thing. So nobody can be upset, right? But we have countries charging us 200%, and we charge them nothing. They charge us, we charge them. Our country's going to become rich again, very rich. I always say it's my favorite word in the dictionary. The word tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary. You know, we were the richest relatively from, think of this, from 1870 to 1913. That was our richest because we collected tariffs from foreign countries that came in and took our jobs and took our money, took our everything. But they charged tariffs, and we had so much money, they set up the 1887. Think of that, a long time ago. 1887 Tariff Commission. It was a commission of very important people to determine where we should spend all of the tremendous, vast wealth that we had. We had so much wealth. Wouldn't it be nice today? Of course, now we give it away to transgender this, transgender that. Everybody gets a transgender operation. It's just wonderful. No, we give it away like to crazy things. But in those days, it was different. It was a different world. It was a different country. But we were very rich because of tariffs. And I get myself in trouble because I say that tariff is my favorite word. And the fake news went crazy. What about God? What about wife and family?
Go on, Mike.
What about love? I said, okay, tariff is now my fourth favorite word. I got myself into a lot of trouble with that. You can't believe it. I said, tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary, and I got killed by the fake news. So I say now, it doesn't sound good. Tariff, it's my fourth favorite word. I go, tariff is my fourth favorite word. It sounds so terrible, but this way I'm free. I write free, you know. I don't get clobbered by the fake news. But tariffs are also a powerful tool of diplomacy, and all around the world are moving quickly to bring back peace through strength. We have the greatest, you know, I rebuilt our entire military in the first term. We left a lot of it, although a lot of it, but very small relatively, in Afghanistan. The Taliban has it. You know, they have their parade every year where they take our military vehicles and run them up
slap
some
in the
little
face.
street. And like it's their form of a military parade, and it makes me angry when I see that. Angry. When I see that, I get angry.
That lady laughing, dude, is creepy.
You know, we give them, I don't think anyone knows this, we give Afghanistan about $2 or $2.5 billion a year. Do you know that? For aid. We need aid ourselves. And I'm going to go back, and I told them yesterday, I want to look at it, but if we're going to give them money, it's okay. But I want them to give us back our military equipment.
There you go. There you go. Have them pay for it too, Trump. Have them pay for the shipping.
Doug, would you take that, please? All right? Write something up. No, I want them to give back. If we're going to give them that kind of money, let them give back the military equipment, which they have. They have tanks and trucks and guns and goggles. They have goggles. They have night goggles, better than we have. Brand new right out of the box. It's unbelievable. So I want to do that, and I want if we're going to pay them, I want to get that equipment back, okay? Doug can do it. He's one of the guys. He's a business guy. To him, he's sitting there saying, how the hell did this ever happen, right? Can you believe it? We give them billions of dollars, and we gave them our military equipment. Just tremendous numbers of billions of dollars worth of military, billions and billions. We have a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're joined today by several survivors of the captivity under Hamas, including Noah Argamani and Ilana Gretovsky. Wow, look at that, how beautiful. What a beautiful group of people. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you're sitting next to a great guy, Sebastian Gorka, who's also now in the administration. From day one, right, Sebastian? He's been a loyalist from day one. We love Sebastian. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you, everybody. That's very nice. Beautiful. We're going to make it work somehow, you know. We're doing the best we can. We started, it should have never happened. That's the sad part. Would have never happened. If I were president, and I should have been, if I were president, it would have never happened. But it did, so we're doing the best we can with it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also with us are family members of some individuals who are still hostages, and we will not rest until all of the hostages have been returned back home. Some of them are coming home in very bad condition, and some of them are coming home only as bodies. They're dead. We have a lot of them coming home now. They're dead. And these are largely young people. Young people don't die. Young people are young people. They don't die like this, but they're dead. And the parents come to me and they say, please, sir, could you get my son back? How old is he, sir? My son is dead. It's important, just as important as if that son were alive, to get the body back. It's amazing, actually. Amazing. Just as important. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing, though, the parents. The parents are strong. I mean, look, strong. What does strong mean? Strong is their life is ruined. Really, it's ruined. I see the people. But They come up to me and it's so important to get the body back. They know. And some are not sure. They're 80% sure he's dead or she's dead. But they have that little glimmer of hope. And I say, let them have that hope, right? Let them have that hope. But getting the body back is just as important as getting the son back healthy or the daughter back healthy. It's amazing to see when I see the level of intensity and love and sorrow and tragedy. As I said in my inaugural address, it's my hope that my greatest legacy will be as a peacemaker, not a conqueror. I don't want to be a conqueror. Under the Trump administration, every day brings more good news for America. I've ended all of the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government.
There you go.
And the private sector. And notified every single government DEI officer that their job has been deleted. They're gone.
You're
They're
gone.
fired.
You're
fired. Get out.
Get
You're
out
fired.
of here.
I made it the official policy of the United States government that
I
there
love
are
it.
only two genders, male and female.
Just two. Only
That was
two.
easy. I banned men from competing in women's sports. And I also proudly banned the use of, thank you. We banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of your youth.
Love it.
Could you imagine making a speech like this 10 years ago? People would say, what the hell is he talking about, right?
Exactly, man.
This is a sickness that came along with critical race theory and all of the other things that we had to put up with. And it's all out now, critical race theory and transgender insanity. It's all gone from our schools and from our military. And I believe it's gone, too. I think we've turned the heads of even the people that, if you can believe they're believers, I don't know if they were, but I believe that it's all gone. And I've directed the reinstatement of any service member who was expelled from the armed forces due to the COVID vaccine mandate. They will be returned to their former rank with full back pay. Full back pay.
There you go. There you go, folks. How it's done. Easy. Easy.
I banned government censorship from your voices and brought back free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. We do have it now, actually. Now, this was a very vicious regime, you know. I was put under investigation more so than the late, great Alphonse Capone, one of the great killers of the world. Trump, my father would look down my mother. How the hell did this happen to my boy? This wasn't... No, I was under investigation at a far greater level than Al Capone or anybody else, probably in the history of our country. These people are sick. They're sick. They're bad people. I ended Joe Biden's weaponization as soon as I got in. I said, I'm going to hit him with the same stuff. But I ended his whole weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. I was so happy to do that. They weaponized government. They weaponized government. I pardoned hundreds and hundreds of Biden's political prisoners, including Christians, pro-life activists, and the J6 hostages who were treated terribly for years. We even got rid of people like Pete Buttigieg, who did the worst job of anybody in the history of transportation.
Pete Buttigieg.
What a bunch of losers. I revoked the security clearances of Anthony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, John Brennan, James Clapper.
There you go.
And every non-patriot who lied to cover up Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We took away their security clearances.
There you go. No more security.
And they're not allowed to enter any government building either. I also revoked Joe Biden's security clearances, the Biden crime family security clearances, and they'll no longer be allowed to access state secrets while selling themselves all around the world. Oh, well. Now, these were bad people. These were bad people. And I do that because this should never be allowed to happen again. What happened to me in this administration, what happened on J6, what happened on all of the things they did that were so bad, should never, ever be allowed to happen again. And on a friendlier note, I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. And as you know, many years ago, Jimmy Carter gave away the Panama Canal. And Panama started the process of giving the Panama Canal, by the way, the most expensive development ever in the history of our country, relatively. It would have been $1.5 trillion in today's dollars. 38,000 people died from our country building the Panama Canal. They died from mosquitoes and snakes. Think of it. They paid them 5 times their salary. They brought them to Panama, and they had a 25% chance of dying. They dug under nets so the mosquitoes wouldn't get them. But we lost 38,000, mostly men, laborers, construction workers, because it was such a harsh way to live. It was very brutal. They died. 38,000. Again, it was the most expensive thing we ever built, and they gave it away for $1 to Panama. And last year it made $5 billion. Also, it's one of the most successful projects ever built in terms of money, monetarily. And it's the 8th wonder of the world. It connects 2 oceans, with one being 16 feet higher than the other. Think of it, the Pacific and the Atlantic. Think of what that is. You're going through dikes and canals. Amazing what they did. It was really a wonder of the world. We gave it away for nothing. But we didn't give it to China.
No, sir.
We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama. We're going to take back the Panama Canal.
We're going to take it back and make it great again.
In a matter of weeks, we have restored America's pride, America's confidence, and America's spirit. According to a brand new poll from Rasmussen, the number of Americans who believe we are on the right track now exceeds the number who think we're on the wrong track. This is the first time in 23 years. That's hard to believe. And we had one poll where we're at 81% right track, wrong track. I guess it depends on who, but that one poll, because Rasmussen's been a good poll, first time in over 20 years that we've had a positive number on that. That's great. That's great. November 5th, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. I'm pointing to Mike Lindell. That man suffered. That man suffered. The FBI thugs went up to him and they took away everything he had. He suffered. And Mrs. Lindell, he's a great guy. They went after him. It was just terrible. This was a vicious weaponization of your government. But he's all, I'll tell you, he stood up. He's all man. He stood up strong. And nothing was going to faze him. And I want to thank you on behalf of everybody, Mike. You put up with a tremendous amount. And he never changed his mind. He said that election of 2020 was rigged. And he's more of a believer today than he was even 4 years ago. But now it's okay to say it, Mike. Now it's fine. Now, that's why, you know, when it comes to a day where you can't challenge crooked elections, we've got a real problem in this country. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization, and total incompetence, those days are over. They're over.
finished.
But we cannot stop now. We're going to push forward every single day. In the immortal words of that great American hero, Captain John Paul Jones, I have not yet begun to fight. And neither have you. So together for the next 4 years, we are going to stand strong. We are going to work hard. We are going to fight, 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 and win, win, win. Thank you to CPAC. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. God bless America. Thank you very much. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I love it. Well, folks, that was the stream for the day. I think we were caught up on pretty much everyone's speeches that I wanted to hear, at least for the most part. Thanks for hanging out. We streamed for 4.5 hours today, and this was the objective, to kind of figure out what was said at CPAC. There's a lot of speeches we didn't hear, a lot of conversations we didn't listen to, but we had JD Vance, we listened to Pam Bondi, we listened to Donald Trump, we listened to Michael Knowles. A lot of people spoke, and it's nice to see a little bit of a vision and conservative values being promulgated and puppeted up through our federal government and through the bureaucracy. So that's nice to see. Again, I am a fiscal conservative, registered Republican, but this is my jam. This is my people here, the conservative people. So with that being said, we'll be live tomorrow, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, bringing you all the news that happened over the last few days. Everything you guys mentioned in the chat, we will be covering tomorrow. So I look forward to seeing you in the morning. If you're not with us in the morning, well, that's okay. That will be out for you to watch thereafter. But other than that, hit that. There's Trump doing his dance. Hit that like and subscribe button. Follow us over at Rumble. Follow us on X, TikTok, everywhere. And well, Patriots, that is it. I'll see you next time here on The Bald Brad Show. Take care, Patriots.